Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Prepared for the end? There is a secret.
Now that was satisfying.
I'm so glad. It's strange. I couldn't imagine. What really? Guard your treasures well.
I don't think I need to be doing that.
A fine day for exploring. I miss the man. Eremy. Goodbye.
Just need a... Just need a moment.
Hello. Prepared for the end? There is a secret. Greeting. There is a secret.
Low on mana.
You are well prepared for the end. This is a fine. You are well prepared for the end. This is a fine.
I'm so glad you're here.
Let's see how strong your resolve truly is.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
When I was young, I never questioned our faith. We piled the bones of former Templars in massive ossuaries that fill the spaces under the earth. Each one is hallowed, we are told. Each one is sacred. Yet as I stood there on that broken day, gazing at the bones I was supposed to join, I realized that I had no idea who any of these people were. Lip service, meaningless. So many have been forgotten, but I will be remembered.
Low on mana.
Let's see how strong your resolve truly is.
Just need a...
Barricade, slay them!
Your will is weak. It's almost endearing. Let's see how strong your resolve truly is.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Survivor, you are well prepared for the end. It's a fine number. Survivor, you are well prepared for the end. It's a fine number. Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now. This one is captured. Die now. Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now.
Just need a moment to...
Godslayer, good day.
at the behest. Exile at the behest of... Hither at the behest of Kirak.
I am doing well. Your text did not show up in my thing. How unfortunate. Yeah, I'm doing well. Just farming currency for my next character. I think I'm mostly done with this one. Might try to do a couple more cluster jewels and a few more bonuses, but for the most part, I think I'm done. Leveling up some skills. I'm gonna try a few other skills real quick. Yeah, doing quite well.
You will be captured, stupid beast.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
And those breaches are fast. That's slick.
Liam Vivi says, I just finished a quest on The Witcher where I had to fist fight a bear and a troll and won 20 coins LOL.
I've been in that exact same situation in real life. Didn't win the coins though. Just fist fight a bear and a troll. I also didn't win the fist fight with the bear and the troll. So I haven't been in that exact same scenario.
Liam Vivi says, for context I have 72k coins so 20 is quite the reward.
Context would be needed because we only played The Witcher for like 4 hours. And they They really sped up those breaches. I like it.
Just need a moment to catch my
Liam Vivi says. Oh yeah, forgot about that.
One of these days.
Liam Vivi says. Anyway, what's the plan for the next char?
Chaos. Using the Echo Forge. Don't know the exact plan yet, but I'm thinking a like a heavy strike occultist or something. It's too bad Shockwave can't be used with swords.
Not on my watch.
I need more help.
I really like that Echo Forge sword, and I want to build something with it. It's gonna be slick. Slick, slick Rick. I don't think it's gonna be better than what I'm currently using. Just because this build's pretty damn strong. But it's gonna be cool. Yeah, there's a new recipe for these, so I gotta stash them somewhere.
Liam Vivi says. Having a lot of flat chaos from sword plus the covenant?
Yep, yep, yep.
Liam Vivi says.
I plan on getting the covenant as well.
Sword.
Covenant plus sword. It's gonna be so much chaos damage. It's gonna be kind of silly. Kind of silly, and I'm 100% down for that level of silly. Down for the silly. Wonder if I can hit this with one of these.
Exile at the behest of Kira.
Liam Vivi says.
Yes,
Why
you
not
can.
poison too? Since you get quite some flat chaos.
I might try to figure out some kind of poison. I could easily just do a poison cyclone build with that sword and apply a boatload of poison. I haven't planned it out just yet. I think I'm going to get the Covenant 6 linked first. And then I can start to build a plan. Who knows, maybe I'll get an Ashes of the Stars. And then I can afford the whole
Liam
damn
Vivi
thing.
says. Poison flicker or no balls.
The problem with that would be getting the Frenzy Charge generation. It would be a huge pain in the ass. Though I can probably get one of those rings that whenever I crit, I get a Frenzy. But those are usually pretty pricey. But I did get one relatively nicely priced last league.
Catch my breath.
I don't think I get altars in these memories.
Liam Vivi says. You can easily fix it with the helm that gives you frenzies when hit something on close combat.
Yeah,
Liam Vivi says.
that helmet goes very much
Don't
against
remember the name of the helm.
Persecutor's Emblem or something like that. Problem is that's a pure strength helm with no energy shield and no life. So it's really going to diminish the life standard. But yeah, I could do that. There's the passive on the sword tree that gives you an 8% chance to get a frenzy charge when you hit a unique enemy. That'll give me frenzy charges for bosses. And then I could path into something to give me frenzy charge on kill. And that should allow me to keep them up. And I'll be doing a badge of the Brotherhood. Wait, is it badge? I don't remember what. Brotherhood something. I think it's badge of the Brotherhood. power charge. Frenzy charges equal power charges. I'm going to be doing that anyway, so Flicker Strike might be on the table. And doing the Vol Flicker Strike with poison. We'll apply a bunch of poisons all at once. So maybe I can Flicker Strike a boss. Vol Flicker Strike a boss and instantly kill it. That'd be pretty rad. Well, not instant, but instantly apply enough poison to kill it. And those breaches are nice. I think I'm gonna go full breach on this once I change my passives.
Liam Vivi says, if you want to go frenzies and power charges, you can go crit and add perfect agony.
I don't know what perfect agony is. Isn't that the thing for virulent stacks? Oh no, perfect agony is way over here. It's gonna be pretty far away from the occultist. I'm not sure I'm gonna go that direction. I don't know though. I haven't planned it out yet. That perfect agony, for the most part, works best with claws that use Nightblade.
Wessel Rustbrook says, sup Abby. Liam Vivi says,
what's up, my dude?
You can go assassin.
I could go assassin. But since I'm doing so much chaos damage, I kind of like the idea of the occultist. For the extra chaos damage and the penetration. And being on the witch's side where you have that big chaos node. But I gotta also roll 2 chaos cluster jewels. I got the large jewels, I just gotta roll them up. There's not enough chaos nodes on the tree, so yeah, I'll definitely have to use large cluster jewels to do my chaos damage.
Liam Vivi says, what about Ascendant with Aku and Assassin?
Yeah, that could work, but I don't think the occultist on the Ascendant is any good. I think it's dog shit. So if I did an assassin, I wouldn't have to level up a new character, because I could just get some regrets and re-roll this Trickster.
Wessel Rustbrook says, we need you to see how good your boss damage is.
I don't have any bosses to fight. After I finish this maps, I'll see if I can get a boss to fight. I opened up a Sirius and was doing pretty good, but then the game hard crashed and I completely lost the map. And I haven't lost a map like that in a long time. It was weird.
Liam Vivi says, what do you guys think is better, caping spell suppression or using Brass Dome for immunity to crits and 5+ extra res?
Kind of depends on what class you are. Brass Dome is easier, but you miss out on a lot of chest piece opportunity. But if you can benefit from the armor of Brass Dome and you're going armor as well, probably the res from Brass Dome.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Suppression is better. Wessel Rustbrook says. If given the choice.
You have to weigh that with the cost of getting suppression. You're not wrong, but to
Liam Vivi
get
says,
100% suppression, it
this
takes
is
a
for
lot.
my Irakali's Fang. The chest piece is not important since it'll go squire.
I got hit with something big.
Liam Vivi says. I need like 22 suppress only.
22, that's not a lot suppress. But if you take a look at mine, I got a whole suppression node here. And got suppression on my boots. And I think that's it. I'm only at like 50%. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 nodes on the tree. And then 1 piece of gear just to get the 53%. Or if you use the Brass Dome, you get all 4 of these nodes back to put towards something else. And then you don't got to worry about spell suppression on any gear, which makes gear more expensive and harder to roll. So for simplicity's sake, Brass Dome is superior. But if you're min-maxing, obviously you want to get spell suppression. It's kind of the goal for a min-maxer.
Liam Vivi says. Thing is I have to cap with gear since I'm a Ku and suppress is way too far.
Yeah, suppress is hard to get.
Liam Vivi says. On the tree I mean. Wessel Rustbrook says. Yet it's better bang for your buck going with Dome.
Yeah, but some people don't care about bang for your buck. I'm a big fan of bang for your buck. But some people just want the most optimal strategy. Which is going to be get spell suppression on every single character at 100%. It's just very difficult to do. I think armor needs something more special. Because all the dex pieces of gear get spell suppression. And the intelligence get energy shield, which is also really strong. So doing strength gear to get armor is kind of lackluster in comparison. So armor needs something new. A strength basis needs something new to fancy
Wessel
them up.
Rustbrook says. But brass done with perfect rolls are as same cost as a well suppress gear.
Yeah, those boots are ridiculous. How many of these do I gotta sell to get that crafting recipe? Looks like 5. What? Yeah, if you already have the brass dome, fucking do them both. Oh, I think 5. That just gave me a new ring. That didn't give me the armor. Maybe I need a whole inventory full. Yeah, well, why do one or the other? Fucking do them both. Get crazy.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Goddamn, how is Bu even get that? It's like 1 week of the league.
He's playing standard.
Liam Vivi says. I'm on standard.
I definitely don't want shot ground, but it'll work.
Liam Vivi says. Tycoons in League already have better gear and money than me, lol. Liam Vivi says. Even 1 week in.
Yeah, some people really maximize their currency strategy. If you hyper focus on what makes money, you can make quite a bit. I hyper focus on what makes fun, so I'm never very rich. Well, I did get that 5 divine map though.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Wessel Rustbrook says. I miss Zana's free map, made endgame progression so much easier.
Are you crazy? It's so much easier to progress nowadays. That's pretty good helmet. There's nothing special about that. Oh, Mandy, for your Akali's Fang build. Yeah. It's way easier to progress now than it ever has been in terms of, like, Atlas progression. It's ridiculous.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Nah man, you can hop into endgame basically at 85.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I might be wrong. It's been so long since Xanas was a thing. Xana just gave you, like, free maps, and then would appear in your maps, and then you would be able to use her in the map. I don't remember it being able to pump your level up much.
Wessel Rustbrook says. If you speed running, Zana's method was better.
I'll have to agree to disagree. I mean, I got like 110 on my Atlas in 1 day, basically. I never got it that fast with Xana.
First, good night.
What's up, my dude? Gabriel. Good night. It's still morning up here. Well, I guess it's 5 p.m. here.
Gabriel Kenzo says. Second, I found a buddy to be my aura bot. Now I can play Spark.
You can play Spark without an aura bot. Spark is strong. Jesus. Breach got me. Gotta try to remember to actually do the, whatever this fucker is. Metamorph. I always forget to do the metamorph.
Wessel Rustbrook says. I literally watch you play the game more than I play the game myself. Gabriel Kenzo says. But now I can do the feared 200% quant without worries.
Yeah. Spark will do that. I don't think I've ever completed the feared on my own. I did it with my brother once. Didn't really count because he did most of the work. One of these leagues I'll make completing the feared and the Ubers my goal. And I'll build accordingly. But I don't really particularly enjoy those Maven battles. Nor do I enjoy most of the Ubers. Uber Shaper would probably suck, but Uber Elder would be rad. Uber Blue Exarch would probably be pretty cool. So maybe I'll just do some of the Ubers.
Gabriel Kenzo says.
Yeah.
I saw a guy building a cultist with that chaos sword.
Oh, someone's gonna beat me to it.
Wessel Rustbrook says.
I'm too slow.
Yeah, Maven has so much screen clutter.
Yeah, the screen clutter is terrible. And then Sirius is the phasing. Sirius is fine as long as you never die, but once you die, re-engaging the fight fucking blows, especially in his final phase. And then they make it so you have to be pretty mobile to fight him, and then they make it so you can dash out of his fucking circle, and then you have to restart it. It's such fucking trash. I hate it so much. And the rewards for Sirius's fights are really good. Fucking pigeonhole you into having to do it. My hatred for that fight is so strong. The only thing I don't like, two things I don't like about the Shaper fight is you gotta run through the maps.
Majgil says. Played Spark plus Oraboy last league, still managed to fail the feared.
Feared is hard. Yeah, that shield is expensive. I don't know why. Aside from it being rare. I don't know what build
Wessel
uses that
Rustbrook
shield.
Says, I remember Cyrus not being bad at the beginning, but I don't know what happened.
Oh, he was terrible. He's been terrible the whole time. It's not so much that he's hard to do, it's that the mechanics of the fight are awful. Just a poorly designed fight. Like, if you die, those circles of his have the opportunity to block the doorway. So you have to fucking kind of sit there and wedge it till it moves, which is a dog shit mechanic. Yeah, Sirius has always been dog shit. Now, if you're building a build that can kill him before he phases, like a fucking trapper build, then you don't really have a right to say anything. It's one thing that's kind of annoying about this game. You'll get people that build the most meta trapper build, and they kill bosses in 1 second, and they're like, oh, Sirius is fine.
Gabriel Kenzo says. I'm watching you while shaving my beard and hearing lots of whisper on my PC. I have only a 2 divine item for sale. Wessel Rustbrook says. LOL are taking shot at me.
It depends. Are you a trapper who says that Sirius is super easy and there's no problem with the fight? If so, then most definitely.
Gabriel Kenzo says. I think I underpriced the item LMAO.
Yeah, if you're getting slammed, you underpriced it. Holy shit, are you serious? These gloves are 27 divines? That's profit right there. I don't need divine loot if my gloves are really going to be that expensive. That makes me happier than a pig rolling in cum. I wish I had Awakened POE Trade to test it out. Let's see if Awakened POE Trade wants to work. Nope. Fuck you, Awakened POE Trade. Such a good tool, and now I can't use it, and I'm fucking destroyed on the inside over
Gabriel
it.
Kenzo says. Paul Steron made a video talking about the gloves, that's why. Wessel Rustbrook says.
Oh.
What kind of farm hick town did you live in where that was the expression you use?
Very special farm, Hicktown.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
The town I grew up in was spectacular. I can't imagine having more fun as a child than I did growing up in that town. Basically no rules, no law, no pigs. By pigs I mean cops. Four-wheelers, guns, fire, explosions, hunting, fishing, video games with the bros. Chance to avoid impales. This is gonna reduce my damage in half. Kind of sucks living there as an adult, though. A lot of adult entertainment does not exist. But as a kid, oh man, it's incredible. Halloweens were lit as hell. We used to go trick-or-treating and get all the candy. And then we were done trick-or-treating, we would always...
Wessel Rustbrook says, no school booting but replace the B to S.
That's a media fabrication. There's only been a pretty small amount of school shootings. And there's 400 million people in America. And if every school shooting is going to make the news, it's going to make it seem like that's a common thing. It really isn't. It's not like kids in schools are afraid of school shootings here in America. Obviously it happens, but it's really not that big of a deal.
Majgil says, damn school shooting, I hate when people shoot.
Like, if you take America, which has 400 million people, and Germany, which has much less, I don't know how many people Germany has, like 40 million, 30 million, some shit like that. And America can have 10 shootings, and Germany can have 2 shootings, and it would basically be exactly the same.
Wessel Rustbrook says, bro, what do you mean LOL? Even have one in every 10 years would be too high.
No, it's not. You take 400 million people, and if out of that 400 million people, if you don't have, I don't know, 1,000 of those 400 million that have nothing to live for and want to make history and live in infamy, and you're living in some kind of fantasy land. And then you also have the promotion of the media. You only know about school shootings that the media promotes. It's possible there's a lot more that the media doesn't promote. I don't believe that's the case. I'm pretty sure the media promotes every single school shooting that happens in America. But if there's school shootings in Russia, we're never going to know about it. They're not going to promote that in the news. Unless it's like a high-profile one. It's a minor school shooting. A couple kids get shot. They're not going to promote that. And then other countries like Europe, I mean not Europe, like London, they have school stabbings, which are essentially the same thing, just using a different tool that's less effective. But it's the same concept. For instance, the deaths from school shootings in America likely represent 0.000000001% of all deaths in America. And your odds of being in a school shooting are likely greater than your odds of being struck by lightning. And I know 3 or 4 people that have died from getting struck by lightning. Can't remember if one of them died or he survived.
Wessel Rustbrook says, most recent school shoot for Germany is in 2009 and in Canada is 2012.
Yeah, look
Wessel
at
Rustbrook
the
says,
populations.
2016 asterisk.
You also have to include stabbings for places that don't have high gun population.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Wessel Rustbrook says, yeah, but if you're even going, my general crime rate by capita, but still a lot less.
Yeah, a lot less, because school shooting is like kind of like an American thing. Actually, shooting in general is kind of like an American thing. So Americans handle shit.
Gabriel Kenzo says, I know a guy who stabbed another guy with a pencil at high school.
A little different. That's just an anger, a rage thing. That happens all the time. Like in Nice, France, you had that guy who mowed everyone down with the vehicle. I think he got like 50 points for it. Can't remember how many points he got, but he got quite a lot of points. And that's exactly the same thing as a shooting. It's just using a different tool. Humans' desire to kill a lot of people derives from the overall culture within the society and the alienation in which they feel. Prominently caused in America with, for kids, it's bullying typically, with the combination of inequality. I'm not going to say income inequality, it's just inequality in general. Humans are naturally an equal species. You take a bunch of 4-year-olds and you put them in a room with sandwiches, they're going to evenly distribute these sandwiches. Most of the time. Every now and then you get an evil little fuck who's going to try to take all them sandwiches for himself. But humans naturally have a sense of fairness that's built into us through centuries of cooperation to survive. Because it's very difficult to survive in the world. At least it was back in the day. It's pretty easy now. But back in the day, if you didn't work as a team, as humans, you didn't survive. So that inequality tends to breed hatred and despair. And that hatred and despair is what promotes things like mass shootings or mass burnings, running over by cars. It's all the same thing, just with different tools. So people are always like, America's got a huge problem with guns, which is pretty true. And if they banned every single gun, we would then have a huge problem with knives.
Bombings.
Yeah, someplace we don't have a problem with bombings in America.
Wessel Rustbrook says, my teachers in Toronto tell Lens of one singular stooping like it's the worst thing in the world, meanwhile in every state in America and London, England.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Main problem with it lies in the fact that no one's actually doing anything to curb it. They're blaming tools and doing nothing to actually stop the legitimate causes of this kind of a situation. And very few people can wrap their head around the fact that a stabbing and a shooting are essentially the same. Motivations behind a person wanting to hurt another person. The tool they use to enact those motivations is not nearly as important than the fact that people want to do that kind of a thing. Oh, that was smooth. Killing that boss was smooth. Let's play a little math game here. Little math game. So, but Canada has 38 million people. California has 39 million people. So Canada has less people in it than one state, though it does happen to be one of the more populated states, one state in America. So in order for Canada to have an equal representation of gun violence as America, they would need a lot of examples. So for instance, if America has one shooting every year, Canada will have one shooting every 10 years if they're the equal. The human mind is not designed to handle that kind
Wessel
of a thing.
Russbrook says, Canada is 1/10 of the population, but even if you times it by 10, it's not even close.
Well, let's test your theory.
Gabriel Kenzo says, proportionally speaking, yes.
I just want facts and figures. So 60% of deaths from firearms are suicides. So you'd have to take half of this number, unless this gun deaths from Canada. Maybe I could use the same thing. Is this counting suicides? Oh, it gets complicated with suicides. I don't know if this is counting suicides. Wonder if I can... take this website and use the same site to try to get the same data points. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, talking about suicides. Well, we're actually talking about gun violence. In America, everyone's got a gun. Well, not everyone. Major cities, there's a lot of liberal people in major cities don't have a gun. But everyone in the countryside and most males have a gun. And if you're going to kill yourself, the gun is the most effective way to do it. And as you saw in that last one, about 60% of the U.S. gun deaths are from suicide. And then another 30% are likely from gang violence. So if you take a look at in Chicago, per year, shut up, I don't want to hear you fucking talking. 777 homicides.
Where I live historically there has been 112 gun crimes.
Well, let's take a look at where I live. Hate this bullshit. Come on, just show me what I want to see. murders. 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. See, so the specific place where I live, you're getting like 1 murder a year. And the human brain is not capable of... Oh, they've already done it per 100,000. Oh, that's good. It's
Wessel
already
Rustbrook says,
normalized.
you have more.
So that's 1 murder per 100,000 people. Now, if we take a look at... let's try to use the same site. City... What's that site called again? City-data. Yeah, just give me, There we go. Same site. Chicago has 18.2 out of 100,000. So when you look at the crime numbers of America, it makes it seem like everyone is getting shot in America. But in reality, it's mostly in high urbanized counties and cities and states. And even Chicago, if you go into Chicago and you look at specific boroughs, you find where the rich people live, there's no violence there. Violence in America is mostly segregated to the poor people enacting violence against other poor people. So if you go to a state, let's do all of Maine, city /data Maine. I don't think that's how you spell Maine. I think it's Maine, like that. And I think I have to do crime.
Wessel Rustbrook says, now compare that to Toronto with the most amount of crime, quote unquote.
Oh yeah, let's do Toronto. City data. I'm gonna do city-data. Try to get the same site. Crime. I mean, that's from 2016. Hopefully we get the... No, it's a fucking form? God damn it. Toronto, Ohio? Oh, this one does a versus? Another form. Another form. Ugh. So Toronto has a 2.06 murder rate, where the city I live in, obviously we can't trust these numbers really. The city I was living in has a 1. Oh no, murders at the top is 1, so the rate is 2.3, and Toronto, did you just give up, is 2.06. Pretty close to the same. So the city I currently live in is pretty close to the same as Toronto. And you can do something like... Is that 1 million or 100,000? I think I did one too many.
Wessel Rustbrook says, and Toronto is basically like Chicago for us.
So if you take a look at, is this per 100,000? I think this is doing global. They really need to normalize all data. But crime rate in Medina, 0 per 100,000. So there's a lot of places in America where crime just isn't gonna happen. Of course, this is where Bill Gates lives. So if you look at Zillow and you see the house prices, it's pretty fucking ridiculous. Oh, that's all there is to sell. So this whole place here, nobody's getting murdered in this area. But if you go over to here, where the house price is much smaller, you're going to be seeing some murders. Because the only people that really kill people are people that have nothing to lose and or have been
Wessel Rustbrook
demoralized.
says, basically your safe neighborhoods is comparable to our most crime-ridden palsy.
No.
Just need a moment to catch.
Where I live is not the most safe. Our most safe place is just as safe as your most safe place. Our most dangerous place is as dangerous as somewhere like Guadalajara or one of the most dangerous places in the world. But most cities in America are just as safe as cities in Canada. The main difference is we have a few cities and a few hotspots that are more dangerous than dangerous places in Mexico or Venezuela or Africa. There's just a couple really, really dangerous spots in America that skew all of America's statistics. And then there's also the fact that different countries handle their statistics differently. And you have to trust the statistics that are being made.
Wessel Rustbrook says, LOL JK said playing around, I don't really care.
And then there's Brazil. I don't know too much about Brazil, but the favelas in Brazil are fucking nuts. And then I've been on Live League, and then you got the undercover cops of Brazil, which seem to be everywhere and always causing some type of murders. But I'd imagine the most dangerous place in Brazil is pretty close to as dangerous as Chicago. And even that is a little misleading, because in Chicago, it's gang members shooting gang members. So only people that die in Chicago that aren't gang members are typically like victims of collateral damage. Gang members usually
says,
are only killing other gang
honestly,
members.
Though no memes, I actually agree with you. Crime is because of poverty.
Partially, yeah. It's a multivariate factor, but you don't often see millionaires murdering people on the streets for anything. But if you wanted to go even farther than that, you could say that crime is a byproduct of bad family values and bad parentage. You can blame it on a lot of different things, but you'd have to put just like a percentage value. How much of crime is a particular specific thing? And what would it take for someone to murder someone? We've seen crime explode in a lot of liberal cities in America because DAs are doing less to prosecute. So if you don't have a fear of any repercussions for committing crimes, crime rates are going to shoot through the roof, which they have. This is non-murders. I think they pretty much always punish murders, but in San Francisco, it's legal to steal as long as it's under $1,000. You're not going to get prosecuted. So people will go into stores and steal just under $1,000 worth of stuff so they don't go to jail. And they just do it over and over and over again.
Liam Vivi says. Violences is Alira's fault.
It's only Alira's fault if you side with Alira. You kill Alira, then the violence does not happen. There's some pretty radical places on this planet. They have the floating ghettos in Africa. I like to do Google Earth and just zoom into random places. So I forget where it's called, where it's at. Mahiko. I don't want to hear you talk. But this shit's wild. I guess I don't need to go Google Earth. I can just do Google Maps.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Oh, my comment didn't pop up.
Yeah, you probably said something inappropriate. So if you zoom... Why is this all fucking stupid? This is on the water.
Wessel Rustbrook says. I didn't really say anything bad.
I have no control over the sensors. So this ghetto formed out that's like floating on the water. And there's just tons of people living in this type of a situation. It's absolutely bonkers. Completely insane. The other one had photos. Wonder if anyone's got like... Oh no. Closest we can get is here.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Oh God, my prayers are with them.
So places like this, you can't even imagine an accurate crime statistic. For all we know, there's absolutely no crime because everyone is poor and there's no people that are above other people, or the crime rate can be insane.
Liam Vivi says. Poor's man Venice.
Yeah, poor's
says,
man Venice, exactly.
That's so sad.
Yeah, it is pretty sad. You can see the kids playing in the water. And there's a lot of places like this. See, this is what it looks like. They build their own little shanty houses. They just build it themselves right over the water. And there's like trash just everywhere floating in this water. It's crazy. But I found that just walking around Google Earth. I was like, what the hell is this? Because as an American, I'm very ignorant about geography. So I try to be less ignorant as I get older. Because there's no one more self-absorbed than an American.
Liam Vivi says. Reminds me of that town on The Hobbit.
I haven't seen The Hobbit.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
But yeah, it's a poor man's Venice. Then you can look at like Amsterdam, which I have never been to, but it looks absolutely incredible from Google Earth. But there's definitely safety differences in places as a whole. I've been to Japan. I went to Japan for like 20 days. That place is incredibly safe. It's kind of silly. Very clean too, and orderly. And it's also very interesting to watch a city decline. As I used to live in downtown Seattle. Lived there for like 7 years.
Wessel
And
Rust
I gotta watch that
says,
entire city decline.
Amsterdam is a cesspool. Every guy tried to offer my sister drugs.
That doesn't make it a cesspool. They're just very liberal when it comes to drugs. Drugs have gotten a bad rap. More people die from pharmaceutical drugs
Wessel
in
Rust
1 year
says,
than the entire history of
she
something.
was 16 years
like
old.
Marijuana. Were they carding her? Did she look 16? Or did she look 18? For instance. This bitch right here is 16 in this music video. Would I offer her drugs and my cock?
Wessel
Yeah,
Rustbrook says,
I probably would.
no, she looks like she was 14.
But this bitch right here, easily passing for 18. Leave me alone. I'm trying to look at Britney Spears when she's 16 years old. It's not my cup of tea, but places are very different. Europe's also very liberal. I'm not sure if it's Amsterdam, but there's a lot of places in Europe where dudes kiss each other as like a greeting. I find it super weird, but I'm in no real place to judge another culture. I'm not gonna kiss a dude like they do. I think it might be Spain or Italy. It's the kind of guys that wear Speedos on the beach. Also very weird to me. That's just a culture difference. Amsterdam is kind of known for their free drug use, so it's probably not that uncommon for 16-year-olds to be using drugs. There's a lot of drugs with a very high safety profile, too. Mushrooms, marijuana, LSD, acid.
Prob Italy. Spain is quite conservative.
It's not a conservative thing. It's a culture thing. I think even they might do it in Russia. I'm very ignorant about the world, so don't quote me on this. But like, you get like a hardened, tough guy like Putin. At least that's the image that Putin tries to portray, and he'll just like do those little cheek kisses as a greeting. But Amsterdam looks. Well, then you also have Christina Aguilera, Genie in a Bottle. I think she was 17 during this one. Technically, actually, I think it's legal in most states in America at 16. But we could pretend that you go to jail for doing her. But Amsterdam looks awesome from...
Wessel Rustbrook says, they press their cheeks and give it a good old smooch.
Yeah, yeah. But Amsterdam looks fucking cool as shit. Haven't been. But when you go to the layer... and you like zoom in on this like central area, you got all these fucking water. It's fucking cool as shit. Compared to Lagos or wherever I was just at. Yeah, there it is. Look at these layers. You got all these fucking rivers that shoot through it. I don't know, man. I think that looks rad. Let's grab a person. Just got these little fucking river moats. Fucking bikes everywhere. Good lord. I don't know. What's up? I hate when I click off of it. Something about that, it just looks cool as shit to me. I might go there. Haven't been to Amsterdam, and I haven't been to anywhere in Italy. So you can let me go down here. And this is cool as shit. Just got people just cruising their little bikes around. What's that, like a fucking smart? Like a tiny little smart car. Look at that thing. That's ridiculous. Or if you do like Seattle looks much worse. So let's go with layers. Of course, I'm gonna deliberately lambast Seattle here. Holy shit. Oh, there they are. Homeless people everywhere. It's actually pretty good in this photo. It's usually much worse than this. Oh, that might be because there's Popo right there. He might have just had a breakdown. It's actually not so bad right there. Go Seattle. We still got some trash, but it's not so bad. Of course, this is old. This Ross is closed. Everything downtown is closed in Seattle. Oh yeah, this was... oh, they got mask on, so it was... at some point. I'm pretty sure that Ross is closed. They broke all the windows out and they stole all the product. Anywho. Back to the game.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
What's that, a lesser X-Arc? Let's see if I can get something better. I like the Chaos Res, but... damage per endurance charge. Gross. Ooh, 5% movement speed. I'll take that over Chaos Res. That's like the only thing I can use it on. It's kind of sad. Oh yeah, I was running... I think there's still more. But yeah, the human mind wasn't designed to handle large numbers. No matter how much you try to understand something like the difference between a billion and a trillion, even if you can kind of try to understand it in your head and you can even visualize it, the human mind just isn't capable of processing that level of data.
Wessel Rustbrook says, HM. I think I can improve this game with one simple solution. Wessel Rustbrook says, wanna hear it?
Fire away, my dude.
Exile?
Might be full with hubris, though. Let's find out. I can think of a lot of ways that I think can improve this game, but I'm not sure they will actually work. One thing with my old age and my wisdom, you may think you know what you want, but until you get
Wessel
it,
Rustbrook
you don't
says,
actually know what you want.
Remove the 1000 different slowdown effects at the game.
Oh, you're 1000% correct.
That was fun.
1000. There's no hubris there at all. You're just right. All the slowdown effects, or at minimum, when you have a passive like this that says your action speed is at least 108% of base value, that means that your action speed which includes your movement speed, never goes below 108% of value. Or the Juggernaut's node that's like, you are unstoppable. Nothing can slow you down. You are a god. Except for all the stuff that can slow you down. At minimum, the Trickster and the Juggernaut's passives, which are dedicated to movement speed, should make them impossible to slow down below their base values. But I did run the Swamp Boy a little while ago, and they did improve the Swamp Boy battle quite a bit when you go into his Toxic Zone, which is a bonus, a benefit. But I think GGG likes the slowdown. I think they think it's a compelling gameplay. And they might be right on that. You have the accursed Blighttown in Dark Souls. And everybody hates Blighttown. But would Dark Souls be better without Blighttown? A place that everybody hates. I don't know. That's tough to say. But Dark Souls is a different game than Path of Exile. You do Dark Souls, you do Blighttown, and then you can do something else, and you get out of Blighttown, and it feels good to get out of Blighttown. Jesus Christ. Game can't handle it. I can't handle it. Got popped.
Wessel Rustbrook says, but you enjoy the game more after Blighttown, but this game is all slow down.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just trying to play a little bit of devil's advocate. Removing the slowdowns, removing the damage over time effects on the ground, removing the things when an enemy dies, they blow you up. Basically anything that might be impossible to see or difficult to see, just fucking get rid of it. Maybe they'll do that in POE 2. Or maybe Diablo 4 will be good enough to where POE 2 has to do something to evolve. Right now, Path of Exile really doesn't got any competition, which doesn't bode well for a game. You always got to have competition. When you see competition rear its head, it can have pretty hilarious outcomes. You had a couple of a very small minority of developers from Guerrilla Games that were super pissed that Elden Ring was as popular as it was. So they ran their mouths talking about how shit
Wessel
it is.
Rustbrook says, I really hope D4 is good even though I hate Blizzard.
Couldn't agree more. I give them no benefit of the doubt. I probably won't buy it at launch. I might wait. I might buy it at launch. I'm not exactly a poor person, so it wouldn't be too much, but it's more about the principle of not giving Blizzard money. But yeah, Blizzard has used up all of my goodwill. And it wasn't even Diablo Immortal that used up my goodwill, that abused my goodwill. It was Warcraft 3. Warcraft Refunded. I used to play a lot of malls in Warcraft 3 and custom maps. And the fact that they remade Warcraft 3 and made it worse, literally worse by almost every imaginable aspect, and then removed
Wessel
the old
Rustbrook
one
says,
from their store.
Workers being sexist was my last string.
What? Come on. You gotta take that shit with a grain of salt. 95% of engineers are men. Men are pieces of shit, especially when you put them with the men. You're always going to have some kind of problem when you put women in a men's space if they only represent like 5% of the population. And as I said before, the men that work at Blizzard as engineers are not the Chad Thundercocks. They're the awkward, nerdy guy who makes a buffoon of himself when he goes and talks to a woman. That's the main problem with the sexism at Blizzard. It's difficult to put that kind of thing into context, but you can start with the universities, and you can see how many computer science graduates there are and what their demographics are. And you're going to see that the computer science field is loaded with dorky, nerdy, white, and Asian people. So when you're looking at engineers who are developing video games, they're usually going to be dorky, nerdy, white, and Asian people. You put those dorky, nerdy, stinky people with women in the same environment, you're naturally going to get problems across the board. And they're going to blow those problems out of proportion because it makes for good clicks and headlines. I say this as one of those dorky, nerdy, white guys with a computer engineering degree. That's not to say what you're saying isn't true. There's definitely sexism in Blizzard, but there's sexism in all engineering, because that's just what naturally happens when you have a minority and a majority. People always use the term white privilege, but it actually has nothing to do with your skin color or being white. The privilege always exists when you exist within the majority of people, if you fit in as the majority. And at Blizzard, the majority of people are going to be male programmers. And when they hire women, they almost never hire them for engineering. They hire them for other things because there's not a lot of women engineers. If you just look at the graduation rates in colleges, it's like 5 to 10% of the graduates in an engineering field are female. But when you look at their hiring practices, it's more like 20 to 30% are female. So less talented female engineers getting hired just because of their gender. I mean, we could just sum it all down to a very simple fact that in America, the president specifically chose the vice president because of her race and gender, not her qualifications. So when you mix all of that together and you put that into a corporate environment, yeah, you're going to get sexism, but I wouldn't blame Blizzard for that. And that's just a part of humanity. Wait, is this a ring? Yes, it is. There's also the interesting concept called the death of the author. People have different...
Brandon Hall says, nice good stuff, my guy.
Thank you. There's a concept called death of the author. It plays a big... It's come into major conversations with J.K. Rowling, who I guess is considered a TERF because she believes that women can never turn into men, regardless of what they do. It's just they have different chromosomes, they're different people, so they call her a TERF. So there's a lot of people that are mad at Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling's work, because of their perceived perception of J.K. Rowling. So if Blizzard was the most sexist gaming company in the world, like openly sexist, like if you're a girl here and you work here, you gotta work in bra and panties level of sexism. And your only job as a girl is to get the developer man's coffee. They're that level of sexism, and they're open about it. And they're just like, we don't give a fuck, we are sexist. But they make the best fucking game on the planet. Diablo 4 is literally the best game that has ever been made. Would you allow the rampant sexism of the company to prevent you from enjoying the game?
Wessel Rustbrook says, I respectfully disagree because many male devs also came forward and said other male workers were being incredibly disrespectful.
I never said they weren't being disrespectful. I said that level of disrespect is somewhat natural. And there's a white knight phenomena where men will agree with women at all cases because they think that it opens up the availability and the option of sex. Especially white liberal women. They can basically get away with murder because every guy around her wants to sleep with her. So they treat her differently. And they're more than likely to say, oh yeah, this sexism's out of control, right? Can I fuck you now? And it's a pretty big problem. And in fact, that level of white knighting is far more sexist than treating a woman completely equally in their thing. But I understand your point. There is, in fact, sexism at Blizzard. But my point is, there's sexism everywhere.
As well as acceptance in general rot.
Yeah, there's a lot of general rot. But I worked in construction, and there's far more sexism in construction than there is at Blizzard. I worked at a UPS loading facility, loading boxes and trucks. There's far more sexism in truck loading. Imagine being on an oil rig and complaining about sexism when 99% of the employees on the oil rig are men. The reason Blizzard gets the hate that they get for their sexism is because it's a woke Silicon Valley company, and they try to do their best to hire females in a male-dominated environment. So I'm not saying that you're wrong that there wasn't sexism. It's that it's kind of everywhere, and Blizzard is the scapegoat for said sexism. And it's definitely overplayed. And that even has no bearing on women in general. I think women can be just as good of engineers as men. It's just they don't happen to be interested in computer engineering at the same percentages that men are interested in computer engineering. So if you have 100 college graduates for computer engineering, and 5 of those graduates are female and 95 are male, the odds of the best developer being a female are significantly lower simply because there's less of them applying. Less of them in that field. Which doesn't have to do with the sexism, but it does have to do with a little bit of hatred and animosity towards them when a lot of times they only got their job because of their gender, to fill a gender quota. Because all companies are trying to get to that 50-50 paradigm.
Wessel Rustbrook says, again, I respectfully disagree because those rich liberal white females are very nice and kind to me even though I'm fairly tall and intimidating looking brown male.
Oh, no, that has nothing to do with it. They're going to be overly kind to you because you're a brown male. They're not going around being mean to brown males. They're going around being mean to 5'6" pimply white guys or 5'6" nerdy Asians. The last thing they would do is be mean to a minority class that wasn't wealthy. Asians have it rough though, because they make more than white people do. So a lot of these privilege, I don't know what the fuck to call them. I don't want to call them Marxist, because no one knows what that fucking means. Oppression Olympics. The Oppression Olympics people are trying to stack oppression points. They tend to view Asians as a byproduct or a proxy of white. I've read articles that are like the white supremacy of Asians, and that's simply because they typically...
Wessel Rustbrook says, when I say brown I mean half Indian, so basically half Asian.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you know, they're not bad people, and they're not mean, but they'll say the dumbest shit, and because they're the highest privilege of any class, when they say dumb shit, no one calls them out on it. There's no one in this world more privileged than a white woman, a white Western woman, I should say. Obviously, a white woman in China or Africa or Japan is not going to have the majority privilege. And yeah, they're nice. I mean, everyone in general is nice. And you're fully welcome to disagree with me. But I do have a lot of years, and having worked in tech for 15 years, I can tell you the...
Liam Vivi says, just came back, what people are we hating on today for those juicy drops?
Well, always a Lyra, who is a overprivileged white woman, who no one will put in her place because they all want to fuck her. And we all want to fuck a Lyra. And that's the only reason I selected to keep a Lyra, is because she's an overprivileged white woman. Now, we were talking about sexism at Blizzard. And I was just saying that it's likely highly overblown. It definitely exists because there's sexism in any male-dominated field, and computer engineering is a male-dominated field. But because Blizzard is located, I believe, in San Francisco, and that's like the ultra-liberal woke mecca, any slight against a woman, no matter how innocuous or innocent, is going to be blown out of proportions.
Wessel Rustbrook says, she is a queen with the great simp army and consumer is one of them.
I'm definitely an Alira simp. I had her passives on for a while. That all-res felt so warm and comfortable. That crit multi, oh man, so romantic. But back to the death of the author concept. If Blizzard made the greatest game that will ever be made, and they were openly sexist, would you play their game? I, for one, would. I can separate art from artist. If Hitler was the world's greatest painter, and he created the greatest paintings on the planet, the fact that he killed 6 million Jews, or whatever the number is, wouldn't take away from
Liam
his
Vivi
painting.
says, I would, yeah.
A lot of people wouldn't. And they have just as much claim to not as I do too. It's just a kind of like a different strokes, different folks kind of situation. I wonder how expensive these boots are. I wish I had some type of awakened trade situation so I can just hit Control D to get a good price of them. But I don't. That is a very interesting concept. Death of the author. What are you called? Rothlaska's Impatience. Oh, Ralaskias. I can't even fucking pronounce that. Eh? That ain't bad. 21 Chaos Res?
Liam Vivi says, R.A. Lakesh. Liam Vivi says,
Lakesh?
R.A. Lakesh J.
Lakeshes? That's Lakeshes. That's a hard word to say. Not the greatest chaos roll. Shit, cold roll. So you got a very bottom cold roll with the 21.
Wessel Rustbrook says, LOL, read my previous comment please.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with your previous comment. I'm an Alira simp. Actually, I'm gonna go say... Oh no, she dead. I can't go say hi to her. It's gonna go say hi to Alira. I'll just keep it. I don't need to sell it. I'm all sad with my currency. Am I done with these guys yet? Oh my god. Another one? It just never stops. Let's see. Let's do a ring. This is going to be a big boy map.
Hither at the behest.
Item quantity 101. Unique boss deals 40% increased damage. Unique boss has 48% increased attack and cast speed. Avoid. I'm not going to do it with avoid impale. Come on, I do impale. You can't avoid that shit. Crit. Extra physical is cold. Unique boss deals 40% increased damage.
Liam V.
Oh my
says,
god.
reminds me of that writer that named her Ketan word and was super racist, but her books are dope as hell. Cannot remember her name though.
Yeah, I don't know too many writers. I'm not a big reader, having massive dyslexia.
Liam V. says, his name.
One of the best books that was ever made. The movie's better, but the book is pretty good. Little book called Fight Club. It was made by Chuck Palahniuk. And Fight Club is a movie and book about masculinity. Pretty sure the author is gay, which makes it a bit ironic, and
Liam
I absolutely
says,
love it.
Yeah, seen it? Liam V. says, dope as hell.
Yeah, Fight Club's literary classic about the struggles of masculinity and men in general. I'm a big fan of people breaking out of the stereotypes. Nothing irks me more than someone who just fits right in with their stereotype. Hyper effeminate gay guy, or overly masculine rancher, cattle rancher. Like people that break out of their mold just a little bit.
Non-related to man's struggle, but Orange Clockwork is amazing.
Clockwork Orange. Yeah, that movie is a trip. This is a very difficult map. And there goes all of my experience. I don't think I'm going to hit any... God fucking... I just said I'm not going to hit any more of those, and I teleport in, and... this is why I don't get above level 92. I shouldn't have hit this with a thing. Breach monsters have 120% increased life. Breach monsters deal 60% increased damage. Plus 38 increased monster damage. Yeah, no more breaches. That's too much.
Wessel Rustbrook says, my favorite books are Metamorphosis. It's a great black comedy book.
My favorite book is probably 1984. Has a lot of parallels to the current world we're living in. I just said no more of that, and then I went and clicked on it. But I don't read too much. I mostly just read the classics. Fahrenheit 451, Slaughterhouse 5, 1984. I read Atlas Shrugged. It kind of sucked ass. Atlas Shrugged is a woman who's at the top of her career field. And basically, she tries to make the book about Jean Galt and his utopia, but it's really about a woman's fantasy to sleep with the most powerful man around her, because she keeps going into different industries and sleeping with the most powerful man around. First, it starts with John Reardon, a steel baron who makes like the best steel in the world.
Says, read it in Secondaria, when I was 15 yo, can't remember the equivalent to the US school system, made me hypersensitive to society back then. No, I try to not care about it though. Liam Vivi says. 1994 I mean.
1984. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. And then after she sleeps with the Steel Baron, she then sleeps with a high-powered train conductor engineer guy. And then a high-powered businessman. And then eventually the star of the show, John Galt. And this woman just hops from powerful, rich, successful guy to the next powerful, rich, successful
Liam
guy.
Vivi says. Finger error, my bad.
Yeah. 1994, that's a great year. Preluding to the best year of humanity, which was 1997. A lot of people give Atlas Shrugged more praise than it deserves. Some of the concepts are interesting, but in terms of a piece of literature, it's pretty dog shit.
Liam Vivi says. Also Fahrenheit and Martian Chronicles.
Yeah,
Liam Vivi says.
Fahrenheit's great.
Amazing books.
Did Martian Chronicles. I haven't watched the Fahrenheit 451 movie either. I think it's got the guy from Creed, Jordan B. something.
Wessel Rustbrook says. A great book to read is A Rose for Emily, a great gothic horror book.
I don't think I've ever read
Liam
a
Vivi
gothic
says,
horror book.
Didn't know there was a movie.
Yeah, they made a Fahrenheit 451 movie. I didn't watch it, obviously. Very relevant book in current times. There's your boss damage you wanted to see. Wreck to that fat boy. With ease. Oh, I got another fat boy.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Well, I think it would be more of a Southern Gothic.
Southern means different things to everyone. Southern, to me, means the South in America. Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Florida. God damn it.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Yes, your country, land of sister FING.
Yeah. Sister fucking good time. But you were saying how white women are very nice to you. You want to find some nice people, you go to the South.
Brave New World is amazing. People made in labs genetically designed to do specific jobs. Miners designed to be sensitive to light and stuff. And the happiness drug Soma.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan.
Amazing.
One of the problems I had with that book is kind of the same problem I had with Catcher in the Rye. The lead was fucking mopey and whiny the whole fucking time. You got this drugged out bitch who's wanting to fuck, and you're like, I want romance. Shut the fuck up. Take the drugs. Fuck the bitch.
Wessel Rustbrook says. LOL, I'm really only into brown girls, but thanks for the info.
I didn't mean it in that way. And yeah, everyone's got their preferences. People get mad about preferences, but you can't control what you like. Also the narrator, I obviously book on taped. Shit, I already forgot that. You just said the name of the book. A Brave New World. I book on tape to Brave New World. And the narrator was also a little whiny sounding, so it just kind of irked me. Concepts. Very good concepts in the book. But the overall story irked me a little bit. But didn't they have the society that was outside of A Brave New World? Wasn't that like a Utah? Which makes perfect sense. Because if there was going to be a society outside of society, it would probably be in Arizona, Utah area. being born and raised from Arizona, there's a big independent streak of Arizonans. And obviously Texans as well. I think they tried to make a Brave New World movie as well. I think it was also dog shit, if I'm not mistaken. I know they tried to make an Atlas Shrugged movie, and it was hilariously bad. I wonder how many times Catcher in the Rye says phony. I remember listening to that book. I can't say reading
Liam
because
Vivi
I don't
says,
read.
You know what hilariously bad? Resident Evil movies.
The first one's not so bad. But after the first one, you really gotta turn your brain off to enjoy those things. I used to be a bit of a hipster fucker when I was younger. And I was very pretentious. I was into artsy films like Pie or fucking Wes Anderson shit or Requiem for a Dream, Chandler's List. Trying to think of other ones. I can't at the moment. But artsy movies. So I was very much a hater of popular movies. I've gotten over that as I've gotten older. But when I first watched the Resident Evil movies, I was a huge, huge hater. Because I liked the games so much and the movies didn't represent the games. But rewatching them all as a more mature adult who has less of that hipster doofus in them, they're better than I remembered, but they're still pretty
Wessel
fucking
Rustbrook
bad.
says, if you want a book about a male protagonist with good growth, is the book Secret Life of Walter Mitty.
I've seen the movie. I might put that book on my to read list for when I go to Arizona again. I often drive to Arizona, and it's a 24-hour drive, so I put a book on tape on the car as I'm driving, and it's pretty slick. Makes the 24 hours go real quick.
Wessel Rustbrook says, the book is extremely different.
As they usually are. I like to trigger my wife by telling her that the Harry Potter movies are better than the books. They're not. But when you think about it, when you think about Harry Potter, a lot of things stick out that are from the movies. The big one being the soundtrack and the world design of the movies is far superior than the books. That Hedwig's theme is one of John Williams' masterpieces. And you can't get a soundtrack in a book. And my wife gets super mad. Damn, look at that cold mining gem. She gets super mad. And I'll tell her things like, close your eyes and picture Dumbledore. What does he look like? And obviously it's going to look like the Dumbledore from the movie. And then I say, picture Hermione. What does it look like? Emma Watson. Doesn't look like the Hermione from the book. The Hermione from the book was very different than Emma Watson. So there's interesting ways you can view superiority. In terms of story, obviously, the book is better. The movie's completely freaking neglected the struggle and ruined the final section of Harry Potter. When Harry Potter grabs Dumbledore and jumps off the cliff.
Liam Vivi says, Emma Watson, it's nice. I don't mind that, LOL.
Not my cup of tea, Miss Emma Watson, but I can totally understand. Emma Watson has too many childish qualities for me. She's too thin and too skinny. Too much like a little kid. What the hell is Veterans Awareness? I've never even heard of this gem. 10% of elemental resistance and maximum elemental resistance while affected by a non-all guard
Wessel
skill.
Rustbrook says, If you want a mainstream and easy to read book that can burn time is actually Fire and Blood. Wessel Rustbrook says. The Game of Thrones book.
Is it a Game of Thrones book or the Game of Thrones book? Is it a spin-off of Game of Thrones or is it part of the main line? I've avoided reading the main line Game of Thrones book because I don't think J.R.R. Martin is ever going to finish, and I have a feeling I'm absolutely going to love the books. And I would hate for it not to finish. God, I wish I had POE Awakened Trade working. This jewel's probably nice. I'm just going to put it up for 2 divine and see if some crazy ice miner wants to pay 2 divine for a triple damage. And I'll just slowly drop the price over time.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Well, George R.R. Martin's first got book.
Yeah. I would love it. There's no doubt about it. George R.R. Martin is a magnificent writer and world builder. But,
Liam Vivi says. I'm legally forced to say this, the Witcher books are incredible.
yeah, I'm told the Witcher game is incredible too for the story. And you're, ooh, Cortex. I'll probably do a Cortex on a video instead of a live stream. And I have yet to experience any of the Witcher properties. Here we go. I got a boss to demonstrate the boss damage.
Liam Vivi says. Good games if you can withstand the bad combat system.
I cannot, unfortunately. I'm hoping that one day someone mods it and basically turns it into Dark Souls. Or shit, mod it and turn it into Nier Automata. There's like a swing that I for acceptable combat for me.
Yeah, the Witcher book are generally better and George R.R. Martin is, the greatest writer, but his style is easy to understand for new readers.
I'm not necessarily a new reader. It's just that I don't consider book on tape reading. It's a lot easier to understand book on tape. And I've read some rather complex books like Mr. Flynn's The Third Policeman. But I obviously book on taped it, so I didn't read it. I've only read one book, and that's because I get nauseous and sick from reading. I read Of Mice of Men, a nice little happy story.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Ah, that's good book.
Of Mice of Men or The Third Policeman? I mean, they're both pretty good, so it doesn't matter which one. But I do like listening to books. I often used to do it when I would play Path of Exile. I just throw a book on tape on.
Wessel Rustbrook says.
I'm surprised.
Third Policeman.
Honestly shocked that you know Third Policeman. You must be a reader. An avid reader at that. Because The Third Policeman is not exactly the most popular of literary works. That was my hipster brag, to say that I've read The Third Policeman. And here you are also having read it. Good old Irish literature. Flann O'Brien. That's his name. His pseudonym. I don't think that's his real name. He wanted the most Irish name possible.
My mom was an Elgish professor that made me read books when I was only 3.
Oh, that'll do it. English. Most useless fucking category. Cannot stand English. Primarily because I'm terrible at it. But also because I like rules. And English does not have any rules. Gain a random boon. Gain a minor affliction. Yeah, I'll take that.
Feed the beast.
Gain Rusted Decry. I don't know what that is. I'll gain it. Lose 50% of maximum resolve. Sure, that sounds fine.
Wessel Rustbrook says. That what's make it great, you're not restricted by any rules.
No. That makes it very difficult to learn. Soup, S-O-U-P. Soul, S-O-U-L. How the fuck does O-U produce such a variation of phonetics, of sounds? Makes no sense, and it's completely stupid. And that's just one example. There's millions of them. It is arbitrary and requires nothing but memorization or a deep understanding of the history of the English language and where each one of these words derives from, because that determines how shit's spelled. The T in Home Depot is silent because in the language of French, T's at the end are silent. But it can have a completely different thing, and we can adopt a different rule from a different language like German, and it's atrocious. It's a fucking cancer. The whole world should come together and build a new language.
You guys don't know the feeling when you can actually read the books in their original form. I was 11 when I started Red HP, and I didn't actually speak/read English until the last book was published. Liam Vivi says. You'd probably like Spanish, lot of rules. Bensfori says.
Yeah, as long as the rules don't
I was
break.
the consumer of books back then. Wessel Rustbrook says. I guess it's just second nature to me.
No, there's no such thing as second nature when it comes to English. You've just become very accustomed to the memorization required. Oh, fuck. There's a video I'm putting on. Right after this. Right after this map. To demonstrate my Giga Chad damage on bossing. Actually, this boss is pretty hard for me, because my spell suppress isn't high enough. Yeah, I think I would like Spanish. Born and raised in Arizona, about 40% of my high school was Mexican. And I hung out with a lot of the Mexicans. And I got a little bit of their language. Forgotten it all now, but I guess a lot of people can't roll their R's, like rojo. And it's a required skill to roll an R. I think you have to learn it when you're younger.
Wessel Rustbrook says. My dad is just like you, completely pedantic.
I am not pedantic. In the slightest. I am the opposite of pedantic. I happen to hate English, but I am not pedantic. I despise pedantic people. Obviously, that means I despise myself, because if you say I'm pedantic, that obviously means you view me as pedantic, so there's an element of truth to that. Alright, here we go. I gotta find this video here. I gotta log into my other YouTube channel to find it, though. Switch accounts. Subscriptions. Hopefully I could see it. There's so fucking many of them. Pretty sure I subscribed to them. The video was so good that I couldn't not subscribe.
Bensbori says. Oh, so TDS is filtering. Noted.
Is it Texas Speeds it's filtering? There's definitely something that's filtering. It's not Trevor Wallace. There he is. I'm full screening this bitch.
Hey, man. Whoa. Hey, man. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Well, I've been cooging a little bit, so not the best. You've been what? Cooging. What's cooging? Coog? You know, I'm home from work today because I am cooging. Oh, coughing. Oh, that's, yeah, no, it's pronounced cough. Yeah, no, the O-U-G-H at the end of that is an off sound. What? I thought it was pronounced coog. You thought? Oh, no, okay, that's actually a different O-U-G-H sound, so that would be an ah sound, so it's thought. Look, okay, I know how this is probably making you feel. Okay, what are you, a psychologist? That would be psychologist. The P at the start is silent. Okay, can we take a breath? A breath? No, a breath, though. Yes, we can. It's not, it's breath. It's breath. Are you going to stop fisting me here? I'm not fisting you here. You are fisting me here. I'm not. I'm trying to help you. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay. Minute, actually, not what you said. You are saying yes that coog is cough. Yes. And thought is thought. Yep. So that would mean although is although. No, that's although. Hikoog is hiccough, hiccaw, or hicco. That's actually hiccup. And these boogs on the tree? Those are boughs. I am gonna fucking okay, look, I understand this is a lot to take in. Jesus Christ, a lot to take in. It's outrageous. I'm gonna forget that one. Okay, but look, we got off on the wrong foot, clearly. Okay, I'm sorry. Look, my name's Mike. All right, it's nice to meet you. Okay, I'm Triss. Triss, good to meet you, man. Look, I don't think I've ever met anyone named Triss before. So you've never met a person named Triss? C-H-R-I-S, Triss? That's what? Usually pronounced Chris. The CH is a K sound. You kidding? Yeah. Have you been pronouncing your words that way forever? You look like an adult. God damn it, man. I guess I'm guilty-ass carged. How many mistakes? 5, at least. But that's okay. We'll work through it together. Okay, okay. How about you start by saying a sentence, just a random sentence, and I'll correct any mistakes. Okay? Okay, how about the A and we of 16 lemon syphilis? All right, well, was that good? That was good. Really? Yeah, awesome. But why did you choose that? Like there was just kind of some words in a row. It wasn't even really a sentence. You said to choose a random sentence. Touche. What the f was that? Touche. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. That's actually a word that we took from the French. Oh, wow. Did they surrender that as easily as they surrendered their country? What? I'm trying to focus on English. Can we stick to that? Yes, we can. Okay, sorry. Okay, you just threw me off a little with the French joke. I'm just trying to keep things ligate, man. Oh, okay, that's a good example. Okay, so that would be light. L-I-G-H-T is not ligate, it's light. There's a G. How? I swear to God, you're gaslighting me. Oh, that's another mistake. See, that's actually pronounced gas ligating.
Such a good fucking video. I think there's another one that's like... I'm not gonna be able to get it. They spell it like... Oh, they spell fish weird.
Wessel Rustbrook says, who was that guy?
Oh yeah, look. This is how you can pronounce fish. G-H-O-T-I. Fish. Because English is fucking retarded. That guy is Matt Colbo. His comedy is right up my fucking alley. I think he is absolutely hysterical. Like his inspirational video, this dude is a treat. He is a gem.
You know, I wake up so early. You want to know how early I got up this morning? I woke up yesterday at noon, but like for today. If you want success, you gotta put in work. And if that means never seeing your kids again, so be it. I am an entrepreneur, okay? Don't get it twisted.
If you guys join me, does anyone want? It's a crisp 20. I'm an entrepreneur. If you join me now, it's yours. It's an incentive. I know. It's not a bribe. It's incentive. That's how business works.
Transcend. Think about that word for a minute. You know, I probably use the word transcend upwards of 14 times every half hour. Social media? It's a disease. Do you have Instagram? Yes. You have tuberculosis. Facebook? The mumps. Twitter? Knock, knock. Who's there? Oh, hey, Lupus. Oh, this? This is my hometown. I bought every house here so I could have a place to put all of my books. I've never touched a single genital. Not even my own. I don't even know what they feel like. Touching a genital would distract me too much from my reading. Knowledge is intercourse. I've killed 3 men.
Benspori says. But hell, there are multiple character and accent letters too in the alphabet.
Yeah, dude, English it's broken. It's just completely broken. No one ever, like, actually thinks about it because you just learn and memorize. But it's busted. All of Earth should come together and build a functional and logical language that we teach all kids growing up. Old people, they don't necessarily have to learn it. They'll die out. But in, 40 years, over half of the entire planet will speak the exact same language. 80 years, the entire globe will speak the exact same language. Obviously, you can't force that. Ooh, look at that. Spell crit. You can't force that shit. And it can never happen. But, I mean, I guess I can't say it will never happen. It should definitely be something that the globalists work on.
Benspori says. There is one. Called Esperanto, but no, that's not the vision. Benspori says. XD.
Esperanto. I'm pretty sure that's a song about Espositos. Shit, Latin, I think, even had less, made more sense than English. Let's pop,
Benspori says. No, that's an artificial language.
An artificial language. What is a non-artificial language? All languages were made by man. Wouldn't that make every language an artificial language? Like how every word is a made-up word because every word was made up? Or am I missing something? Hell, I bet Klingon has a more logical framework than English. And there's nerds out there that speak Klingon. Actually, I think those would probably be geeks, not nerds. But either way, you know what I meant. Oh, I've forgotten this guy on at least 2 other maps. I can never remember to do him.
Benspori says. They teach at universities in Europe.
Doesn't that make it definitely not artificial? It's taught in a university. That seems like it's super official.
Benspori says. My English is broken too.
Oh yeah, my English is broken. And I'm a native to America, the land of English. It's where it was invented in 1947 in Georgetown. And I can barely even read it, let alone spell it. Some words, oh man, they get under my skin so much trying to spell them. Most recent one was elite. There's a fucking I in elite. And in no way is elite pronounced the way it's spelled. So it's a pure memorization of elite. Very easy word. It's only like fucking 4 letters. Oh shit, what did I get hit with? Probably bleed. I was doing so well. At one point, I think I was at 70 experience. Then I hit the uber, fucking breach and died a bunch from that.
Says, Wikipedia PLS, Esperanto is the world's most widely spoken constructed international auxiliary language.
Oh, you're saying it's exactly what I'm talking about. Esperanto is what we need to be teaching our kids, not in university. It's too hard to learn a new language when you're an adult. You gotta teach the fucking kids this shit. And they could even do it with just the internet. Just give a fucking, like a 3-year course that you start kids on when they're like 3 years old or 2 years old. And you just make them watch an hour or two a day of a specific video, and they're going to be able to learn that language and absorb it. Shit, it would only... Or we could just pick a language and have the entire Earth adopt it, and then just fix what's wrong with it. Wouldn't take that much. One big problem is there's such a wide variation and difference between English and Chinese using completely different characters. It would cause a bit of a problem when one group of people want to try to use kanji and the other wants to try to use regular, whatever we call our alphabet.
You stare into the abyss, and the abyss stares back.
What the hell's a golden magnet? I gotta get it just so I can read what a golden magnet is. Golden magnet. Damn, that priest decree is great. Yeah, look at that decree. I'm pretty sure that's decree. D-E-S-C-R-Y. Des-cry.
Wessel Rustbrook says, language is complicated and is embedded into our culture. Some words that cannot be translated or simply don't exist.
Yeah, that is true. I found a word that existed to represent a starving artist, and I forgot what it
Wessel
meant.
Rustbrook says, I mean, look at an Elgish from Europe to America.
Yeah, I can barely understand British people. I definitely can't understand Irish people. More coins from the gold magnet. That's pretty great. Traps are slower from lustrous pearl. Increased resolve recovery from rusted decree. 200 to max resolve. Fewer choices on merchants. I haven't seen a merchant yet. Afflictions are unknown. 50% reduced resolve recovered. Man, I got a bunch of shit that's counteracting each other.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
A sacrifice today is a blessing tomorrow.
Sacrifice today is a blessing tomorrow. Contains a merchant. Let's get a merchant. Let's just talk about how I haven't seen a merchant. I don't even know what they do. Whoa, who's shooting this ice?
Says, haha, so the goal of Esperanto was that as the common language in fantasies and sci-fis.
Oh, so it's like Klingon. They made a whole language for Star Trek. Not that I've ever seen Star Trek. And I won't watch Star Trek. Someone told me that Star Wars was good, so I watched all the Star Wars, and they're not that good. So I'm not going to be trapped again by the people that say that Star Trek is good. Of course, it could be that I watched Star Wars, ouch, in chronological order. Because I didn't watch them as a kid. Purchase relics. Ooh. Fuck yeah. Chests have 5% chance to drop double coins. Gain 61 aspiration at the start of Sanctum. I don't know what aspiration is. But I will fucking buy that shit. And I will gain 50 resolve. Merchants are great. Oh shit. I wanted to keep going. Oh well. The ethereal knife seems to be pretty good.
Star Wars is more newbie friendly imho.
Yeah, I didn't hate Star Wars. It's just like a solid C. A good 7 out of 10, 70% movie. I don't really... I think most of the fuss was over the tech that it brought to the table back when it was made. Oh man, I rewatched a movie called Cliffhanger with Sylvester Stallone. I watched that movie when I think I was 12 and absolutely loved it. Rewatching it as an adult, luckily I was high, but as an adult, oh my god, that movie is terrible. Across the board terrible.
Star Wars movies are meh. The expanded universe is amazing.
Oh yeah, see, I've heard that as well. I know nothing about the expanded universe. Probably true. And obviously I'm in the wrong with Star Wars. There is such thing as objective truth, even with opinions of art. And by art, I mean cinema. The vast majority of people seem to like Star Wars a lot. So I am the... I have the incorrect opinions on this matter. Just wasn't my cup of tea. That's like someone saying that Harry Potter is a terrible book. They would be wrong. And that's nothing to do with whether or not I like Harry Potter. It's a universally accepted that Harry Potter is
Wessel
good.
Rustbrook says, "No, you're just wrong. Follow and be a sheep."
Yeah, exactly. I am wrong. But it's not so much be a sheep. There's some things that are just objectively good. A lot of people get mad about that.
Liam Vivi says, "Yeah, I'm a huge Star Wars fan from always, but I accepts it's just not as good as people say."
But at the same time, Star Wars is not as bad as I say. I think I need to use some of these scouting reports. Look at that fucking knockback, baby! That knockback feels good on this league mechanic. Get the fuck out of here. There's a TV show called Person of Interest that hits basically every area I have of interest.
"I think objectively HP isn't good, just fun to read."
You're objectively wrong.
Wessel Rustbrook says, "My man, can I give you 1-1C for a desert map?"
I'll give you a desert map. Pop in. I don't need a C for it. I can go on a Harry Potter rant if you'd like.
Not today.
I think the biggest blight of Harry Potter is the writing of the men in the story and the fact it's catered for children. But if you keep that in
Wessel
context...
Rustbrook says, "What's your user LOL?"
A tricky rectum.
Just need a moment to catch
Tricky rectum. Very appropriate. All my boyfriends say that I have a tricky rectum when they try to penetrate. It's hard to get in there. Yo, let me go to town after I kill this guy. Oh, tainted orb of fusing. Use that to 6-link my covenant. Super easy, like. Desert map, you say? I don't know why I picked up that stupid bow. Does it need to be a low level, or can you handle a T16? Oh, you're a trapper. You can handle a T16.
Wessel Rustbrook says, I don't know.
Let's see. I think I'll focus in on Umbridge for Harry Potter. I'll just make the assumption that you've read the books and not just watched the movies. Umbridge is one of the greatest villains that has ever been created. Umbridge is from the 5th, 6th, and 7th book, but primarily from the 5th book. She becomes a teacher at the school of wizardry known as Hogwarts. She is what is represented as the banality of evil. How evil takes shape from the most benign of people when they just simply follow orders and think they're doing good, and how rules and laws can represent a form of mindless bullying. And the exact same thing happened in World War II. I forget the name of the Nazi, but one of the Nazis that was killing a bunch of people in World War II. You would imagine him being ultra evil because of the reputation he led through his death camps and his death squads. But really, he was just kind of like a sub-midwit who just did what he was told. And that's kind of how Umbridge represents. And there's nothing more terrifying than midwits that gain power and use that power to oppress and subject people. One could say that that kind of is what happened at Twitter. Twitter was run by a bunch of midwits who used Twitter to push their ideological agenda, much like Umbridge from Harry Potter pushed the Ministry of Magic's ideological spin. And the way in which that was written is eternal and will stand the test of time, much like the hero's journey that most characters go through, which originated in the Iliad and Odyssey. At least I'm pretty sure that's where the hero's journey came from. And it has heavy elements of that in there. That's just one example of why Harry Potter is spectacular. Another one goes through the entire Deathly Hallows and how Voldemort's character, being only obsessed with power, only focused on the Death Stick and ignored the other ones as non-important. And how the desire for power corrupted Dumbledore's mind in his search for the things, and how he had his father's invisibility cloak, which was one of the Deathly Hallows.
Isn't the picturing of Umbridge a parody? I don't mean as a laughing matter or anything. Kind of like a Black Mirror, if you familiar with the term.
Yeah, I believe so. But the James Potter is part of the Peverell family, which is the ancient family from the book Beetle Labard and the whatever. And Harry Potter comes from a famous line of wizards, and they have the invisibility cloak, which is literally a piece of death's cloth. And because Dumbledore was so obsessed with obtaining the 3 Deathly Hallows to bring his dead sister back to life, he was borrowing the invisibility cloak the night that Harry Potter's dad died. And that whole storyline doesn't get properly told in the movies, and a lot of people don't fully understand it in the movies. But it's very well woven, and I'm not sure if J.K. Rowling wove that storyline from book 1, if she knew that's where she was going with it. But towards the end, it did turn out quite nicely. And the world she created, while completely nonsensical and rather stupid when you think about it from an objective standpoint, was pretty deep and impressive.
Benspori says, yeah, it's sad it was left out.
Yeah, the movies really dropped the ball. I hope at some point they create like a TV series that is able to encapsulate all the parts that they fucked up. Oh, the thing that's the most unforgivable about the movies is the Harry Potter.
Says, I like Harry Potter because J.K. takes inspiration from all my favorite books.
Yeah, it's pretty well made. One of the most offensive things to me about the movies is in the 7th movie, they cut out all kinds of content, but then they managed to add in like a 5-minute dance scene between Harry Potter and Hermione that wasn't in the movies. I mean, it wasn't in the books and did not need to be in the movies. And if you're going to cut content, I can understand that, like cut content for length because the shit's just too long. But if you cut actual good content and then add in an unnecessary 5-minute dance scene, you're gonna trigger me. And I was definitely triggered. And the way they fucking handled the fight scene was stupid. In the book, Voldemort cast his killing curse. It hits Harry, but it doesn't hit Harry. It hits the Horcrux, or the piece of Voldemort's soul that's inside Harry Potter. And Harry Potter gained allegiance to the Death Stick, or the 3rd Deathly Hallow, the wand, and made him immune to the spells from the wand. But he was immune to the spells of the wand, but the piece of Voldemort's soul inside of Harry Potter was not immune to it. Thus, Harry Potter had full immunity to Voldemort's spells. And in the book, he's hiding under his cloak and protecting all of his friends in the middle of the courtyard from Voldemort's spells. He's blocking them all, and he's counteracting everything Voldemort's trying to do while hidden under the cloak. And then he pulls himself out and has a duel with Voldemort, who he's obviously going to win because he has allegiance of his wand, and Voldemort can't hurt him. None of his spells can do damage to him. And he defeats Voldemort in front of everyone while ridiculing him and making fun of him. Fantastic story arc, fantastic ending to that story. But in the movie...
Says, I really missed the elf Red Cross from the 5th movie.
Yeah, but in the movie, he fucking, like, hugs him and jumps off the cliffs, and, like, we're both gonna go. And, he fights him alone, with no one watching. He doesn't protect anyone. Oh my God.
Says, I think it was to reinforce the relationship to Harry and Hermione, but it didn't work out too well. The dance scene.
Yeah, that wasn't their relationship. I mean, I get what they were trying to do with it, but if you're going to cut out a bunch of shit, you shouldn't be adding unnecessary shit like that. You should use that 5 minutes to add in some of the stuff you cut out. Obviously, backseat directing. But if you want a perfect Harry Potter movie, that would be the 3rd movie. It's the only one that
Wessel
was perfect.
Rustbrook says. Agreed.
But I can go on. I suck. God damn it. I let myself get hit like 10 times. Kind of thought I was in a map instead of this thing.
You don't understand,
Now
do you?
I don't even know how I ran out of
You
it.
defile this
Rude.
place, so it rises.
I suck. I need to learn how to do that mechanic. Maybe I'll do it when I test out the traps. There's a
Wessel
lot.
Rustbrook says. Nah man, you're a beast, Gig Chad.
Yeah, there's a lot of depth and complexity into Harry Potter that a lot of people don't know or don't see. One, because they watch the movies, or two, when they read the books, they read them as like a kid's story, and they didn't look for any deeper themes or deeper meanings. Which there's no hate on that. I mean, not everyone has to be able to see the deeper themes and meanings of stuff. And there's very valid reasons to not like Harry Potter. One of them being that it's a kid's book, which it definitely is. Another one being that the adults are basically useless while the kids do all the work. And I used to scoff at that idea, but in the Revolutionary War, a lot of like 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds were doing a bunch of the shit, which is kind of crazy. Jimmy Page wrote Led Zeppelin at the age of 7. Not, wrote Led Zeppelin. Wrote Stairway to Heaven, or plagiarized it, whatever you want to call it. Either way, Stairway to Heaven was written by Jimmy Page when he was 17.
Ben Spory says. Oh yeah, the movie The friction between Harry and Ron was just brushed under the rugs and felt like a few days, and wow, nothing happened, everything's fine right when they just reunited BS.
Yeah. Yep. Those last few movies were really, really bad. If you view them from the lens of the book. They obviously still worked as a movie.
Wessel Rustbrook says. You would be surprised in desperate time how much kids sacrifice for their loved ones.
Kids? No. Young adults, yeah. But kids, no. Kids don't have the brain power to comprehend something like sacrifice. And by kid, I mean under the age of 13 or 14. But the world used to be a different place. You were kind of a man at 13. So the concept of a 17-year-old doing a lot of shit actually kind of happened a lot. People were a lot more accomplished at 17 than they are today. Shit, a lot of people had families, like 2 or 3 kids by the time they were 17 back in the day. Once I level up one more time, getting close. Need to just pay attention and not die. I am going to...
Liam Beebe says. Having kids at 17 doesn't sound like an achievement.
It's not so much an achievement. It's a indication of a different world. One thing that modern people, specifically in the West, have an issue with is understanding what the world was like when they didn't live it. Heavily so the people that critique someone like Christopher
Wessel
Columbus.
Rustbrook says. For example, in Philippines, that girl would turn into the breadwinner by the age of 14, not because of their fathers are helpless, but because they don't want to.
I don't know what that means. I made this guy skip phases. That's great. One of the things that they do a lot in the West is try to fuck with Christopher Columbus, but they have absolutely no clue what it would take to travel an ocean that's unexplored at the time and land in a random place with no supplies. Or fucking Magellan. Magellan was a goddamn psychopath with his ability to travel an unknown world and the hardships. I mean, it's fucking 3 months at sea where they basically survived off of just salt pork. And now people want to, like, claim that he was some kind of bad person simply because the world was different back then. Judging the past by modern day sensibilities is something only a fool would do.
Sonar Uridical says, can you show resists?
Barely. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Chaos at 56. 75 across the board.
Sonar Uridical says, nice.
Obviously, I can't do Curse with Elemental Weakness with my current level of resistances. Actually, I might be able to. I think one of my flasks is giving me res as I play. Oh no, I modified it, so it no longer gave me res as I play.
Wessel Rustbrook says, looks like you don't need a Lyra after all.
A Lyra is always
Wessel
needed
Rustbrook
in my
says,
heart.
Be Chad, don't simp for a Lyra.
No, I simp for a Lyra. She's always welcome in my heart. She sings Britney Spears to me. She tells me how it could be, or how it should be. Because her loneliness is killing her. When she's not with me, I might lose my mind. She just needs to give me a sign. To hit me, baby, one more time. That's from the poet. Or the poet that handed his masterful artwork to the muse known as Britney Spears. I was going to say that's from the poet Britney Spears, but Britney Spears did not write any of her
Damn
music.
bro, that was cring. Liam Vibi says, bruh.
Yeah, no way. There's nothing cringe about Britney Spears' lyrics. They are all fire. Great allegories for life. Let's get it. Let's start this over. You must first interact with the relic altar. Okay. Oh, there we go. I just got to confirm it. I'll store it for later. Oh shit, I just got negative resistances, didn't I? Oh, fuck. I'm out. Not worth it. Too close to leveling up. Should learn how to read. Should learn how to read. Foundry's tough. Don't want to do Foundry. I'll do Graveyard. Less recovery rate. Cannot regenerate. Alright, let's go to the grotto.
Ben Spory says, censoring movies front 90s and stuff is one thing, but who in their right mind would judge a madman from the 15th century by the logic of a Karen LOL?
A lot. Here in America, they're tearing down statues and all kinds of shit. I forgot what's the latest statue they were going to tear down in the White House. I understand some of it. But tearing it down, it seems silly. You can just put it in a museum if you don't want it in like a public space because of what it represented at the time. Slavery is one thing that bothers me the most. It's existed for, you know, long as humans have existed, but yet they only focus on a small section of slavery where it became highly racialized because America, well, a lot of countries bought slaves from Africa, where Africa was selling their own people as slaves.
WTF.
What are you WTFing about? Me having an issue with the representation of slavery in history? It is interesting way they tell the story. You really think white people landed in Africa with nets catching black people? We all know white people can't catch black people. They're way faster than we are. We went there, and when we landed, they're like, oh yeah, you want to buy some humans? And we're like, okay. And like, sweet, we got a customer base. I mean, I think the original word for slaves comes from the word Slav, which is the Slavic people, who got highly enslaved as well. Egypts had tons of slaves. Egyptians had tons of slaves. Slavery was a big deal in China. Japan had slavery.
Benspori says, know about the people, just WTF.
Yeah, about the people, just WTF. I kind of understand it. It is difficult to try to understand a world that you've never lived in. There's a few things that can kind of help them out. You show them the human survivability rate from ages 0 through 7. And they'll be like, holy shit, 30% of humans died before they made it to the age of 7.
Says, lose the track of the conversation. What are we talking about?
We are talking about how people from the modern world apply their moralistic standards to historical figures like Christopher Columbus. Or they view Christopher Columbus as a bad man because he did things that are considered bad for today's standards without understanding the world that Christopher Columbus lived in. Like, for instance, over the fact that he traveled the ocean blue with virtually nothing, a bunch of salt pork and lemons and shit so you don't get scurvy. Took him 3 months to land in a place he had no fucking clue where it was. Found a bunch of people that didn't speak his language, that were inferior to him from a technological and education standpoint, and used his advanced knowledge.
Liam Vivi says, he wasn't a bad guy. Wouldn't consider him a martyr or a hero.
He's definitely a hero.
Liam Vivi says, though.
Imagine you don't have a map of the globe. And you hop in a fucking boat. You sail across an ocean that you don't know where it ends. The balls to do something like that is the definition of heroism. The literal definition of heroism. I mean, just imagine today. You grab yourself a sailboat and try to sail from Europe to where they land in, like, the fucking Bahamas. Do you think you can grab a sailboat from Europe and be totally fine to just go to the Bahamas all on your own? Granted, it wasn't all on his own, but it's not exactly an easy endeavor. Today, we got GPS and all kinds of fucking niceties, and you can load your boat up with...
Benspori says, well, yeah, I can't understand the world back then, but if I really want to do it first, I would need to understand the norms of that era. No.
Yeah.
Liam Vivi says, thing is, He wasn't the only one that did that, but I understand that doesn't neglect the accomplishment.
Yeah, he's a lot like, he took a lot of glory for shit that other people did, but that's like saying that Larry Bird isn't very special because Michael Jordan is better. Those are basketball players, by the way. And even along those lines, sure, other people may have explored the Earth, and I believe the Vikings made it to the Canada area before Christopher Columbus did. But they didn't settle this area. Christopher Columbus came here, went back, and mapped out the fucking Earth. Literally created some of the first maps of the region, and it allowed people to migrate here based on his maps. Then you can imagine the fucking original founder, the original settlers in America that are just like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna...
Bensbury says, oh, it's like with Edison and Co.
Yeah. Edison took a lot of ideas from other people and was able to popularize them and actually capitalize on it and make it into a usable product. It's just like Tesla today. Electric cars were invented long before Tesla as a company.
Liam Vivi says, like, yeah, it was an accomplishment, but he wasn't the first one, which is what I dislike people give him. The rest I don't care though.
But in the same sense, he was the first one. It's all on how you frame it. Because who did it before Christopher Columbus did it? We don't know. And no one did it the same way Christopher Columbus did it, with the mapping, the retracing, and the ability to recreate his route. One could be said the same for Tesla, the automotive company. They're not the first ones to make electric cars, but they are the first one to make electric cars that are profitable.
Wessel Rustbrook says, you did SHTU his age pretty much.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Well, I didn't do shit nearly as much as him in his age, but Elon Musk didn't create electric cars. He didn't even create Tesla. He bought it from someone. But what he did was perfect the manufacturing process of electric cars. And without that perfecting of the process of manufacturing electrical cars, it would have never really happened. So when you say who's the inventor of the electric car,
first one to popularize?
Yes. It's almost like the phrase first in, best dressed. Except for he wasn't the first one in, but he was like the first one to do it properly to the point where it changed the world. Everyone else who did it before him had no impact on the world, had no impact on it. So them doing it didn't mean anything. It'd be like the first person to run a 4-minute mile likely did it running from a fucking saber-toothed tiger, but no one tracked it. So him running a 4-minute mile didn't mean jack shit, 'cause he was just running from a saber-toothed tiger. But Usain Bolt breaking all those fucking speed records was a big deal because of the way it was done. It's also an interesting topic because humans aren't actually getting faster. They're getting better technology, which is boosting their speeds. That's one thing they did in the biking world. They now have all kinds of different standards for your bike. So you can't just get better and better and better bikes to make you go faster and faster and faster, which is kind of what they're doing in running. Eventually, they're going to have to get rid of a lot of technology. There's actually, I think it was Nike that created a new shoe that created such an advantage that anyone who did not wear this shoe could not accurately compete. Forgot the name of the shoe that they created. So eventually running, they're going to have to create these rules. And also they rubberize the mats now for sprinters so that for each step they get a little bit of a buoyancy bounce. So in order for modern day sprinters like Usain Bolt to compare to the people that ran before them, they'd have to run in the exact same conditions. So they're going to have to do some condition equalizing in the future. Actually, they don't have to, but in order for it to be fair, they'd have to. That's a non sequitur conversation if I've ever heard one.
Stupid dog. Chasing.
Don't call me a dog. Yeah, I just, when I think about hopping in a boat and going across an ocean that you don't know where it ends, I don't think anyone believed the Earth was flat at that time point. A lot of people misbelieve that. But even if you don't think the Earth is flat, Christopher Columbus' his goal was to land into India to form a trading route with India for spices. And he landed in the Bahamas as well. Now just fucking imagine you hop in a boat.
Rustbrook says, but can you be my dwag homie?
Of course I could be your dog. Imagine hopping in a boat that you think is going to India, and all of a sudden you end in a land that is completely unfamiliar by all of the people that you know, that are speaking a language that is completely unfamiliar, and a whole group of people that you've never seen before. It's just, it's unfathomable for my brain in its current environment to understand all the implications that that had. I've been reading these a lot closer now that, well, I've been reading the rewards a lot closer, not so much the fucking downsides, obviously, because I hit that one with the resistances. But I'm reading the rewards because I want to be able to read what gave me all those fucking divination explosions. I didn't even know that could happen.
Says, what other books do you like skipping back to the other topic?
I just read, I'm trying to think of the name of it. It's a fantasy book. I haven't read a lot of fantasy books, and I wanted to read a fantasy book. And I was going to do the really popular one, but instead I did a less popular one. I'm going to have to Google it because I'm really shit with names. Jonathan, I think, was the author. Way of the King? Way of the Sword? Way of something. It was spectacular. I'll get it after this map. Very long series. Took place in like 4 different worlds. This fantasy novel had a wizard in it. It was really good. At least I liked it a lot. It had a torturer in it named Lochter. Oh, look at that.
Wessel Rustbrook says, yeah, I have no idea.
You've been invited. Come on. Yeah. Look at this 5C for something I put up there so long ago. Oh, well, let's put that back up for 5C. Alright, the book.
Sonar Uridical says, you kill tier 15 to 16 maps?
Yeah, I'm very strong in tier 16 maps. I'm wrecking it. No, it's not Way of Kings. Pretty sure his name was Jonathan. Jonathan Stroud? No, I don't think that's the name. Probably not even Jonathan. Not even sure it'll be in the best fantasy books. The Blade itself, Joe Abercrombie. There it is. Pretty sure that's it. Yep, Logan Nine Fingers. This was the most recent book I read. Joe Abercrombie, The Blade itself. I found it to be spectacular. Spectacular book. I booked on taped it on my drive from Washington to Arizona. It's long. It's spectacular. Highly recommended.
Sonar Urtical says, your build budget?
Let's see, build budget. I got this one for 3 divines, but it's a perfectly rolled increased effect with impales, so it's actually worth a lot more than 3.
Wessel Rustbrook says, a good book to also read, which I think many can relate, is called The Slacker.
Yeah, I'll jot that down at some point. So this is 3 divine. This one was 5C, and I 6-linked it beautifully. I got it to 5 links, and then hit it with a corrupted fusing, and got it on the first try. Same is true with this. So each one of these cost me like...
Gabriel Kenzo says,
oh, I was a lucky bastard.
Lucky bastard.
I got them both. So these cost me like probably 20 chaos if you count all the fusings. 20 chaos a pop. I don't know what they're worth. I think these are a couple divines simply because they're 6-linked. But if you can get lucky on your 6-link, I bought this for like 30 chaos. This one was a divine because I got a perfect one. You can get it much cheaper than a divine if you don't want it perfect, but I wanted it perfect to try to get to 700 crit multiplier, which I am at 680. I just got to find 20 more, and then I'm at 700, and then I'm going to feel real special inside. This ring was, I think, 40 chaos, and I got this one early on, and I think I paid a divine for it. No, my belt was 40 chaos. I don't remember how much my ring was. You could probably just say 50C, 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 and 50C. So each one of these pieces is like a 50C piece. And then this is 3 divine. And then I honestly don't know if I'm supposed to say what it's actually worth or what I paid for it. Because I think these are each like 2 to 3 divine a pop. So the budget to buy...
Sonar Urtical says, total budget?
Yeah, the total budget to buy everything I have, probably 10 divine. Between 5 and 10, depending on where you want to go on the quality of it. And it is quite strong. It said 2 million DPS.
Sonar Urtical says, 10 divine? Sonar Urtical says, really?
Yeah, I think so. To buy a 6-link to Tripod, I wish... God, this would be a perfect opportunity for Awaken POE trade to work. I wish I never would have used that site. It's so good that without it, everything feels bad, man. Everything feels bad. Alright, let's go POE official trade. No, I will not make a shortcut. So Tripod Great Mallet. And if you're gonna link it...
Wessel Rustbrook says, probably around 15 div /.
Maybe. Where socket filter, 6 link. So 2 divine for the weapon. Kit Sugi. I could have sworn I just... Oh, Kint. A stupid word. 3 divine. There's only 1 up. You could probably get it for 2. But there's 5. And
Gabriel
gloves.
Kenzo says, I'm leveling the duo Spark / Aura bot. It's so dumb lol.
Oh yeah, got my 6 link. The gloves, 4 divine. So that's 2 for 8 divine total. So 2, 2, and 4. So you have 8 just for these 4. And then the amulet, you can just get a cheap one. And this is a chaos. No reason to go crazy. Marys. Mary. Yeah, a chaos. There's no reason to be a fucking jackass like I am and get a perfectly rolled one. No reason to do that. It's only a few multi more. If you want to go cheap, go cheap. And Sandstorm Visage is now down to 10 chaos. And then this belt is like a 40 chaos belt. You can do whatever you want. This is like 40, and this is like 40. So yeah, it's like 8 to 10 divine. And none of these are very extremely powerful. If I had Awakened POE trade, I could hit a Control D on them. But it don't work for me. I'm not going to get over that anytime soon. Its performance is great, and I haven't used any other weapons just yet. I mean, skills. I think it's going to be so strong as a trapper. And but Ethereal Knives feels great. And this being able to pop the Blade Vortex for essences is amazing. That's like the main reason I use it, is to be able to pop it on essences. Because essences have always given me a trouble since they modified it to make them so strong. And sometimes those essence mobs are just dicks. So powerful. So yeah, it is pretty, in my opinion, it's pretty pricey because of the gloves. You can probably do a much cheaper variant using an Inquisitor with elemental damage. And using any other spell that uses elemental. You can literally do anything you want. Other Ashen Woods.
Wessel Rustbrook says, finally just completed the entire Atlas. Geez, took so long.
I haven't even
Benspori says,
completed the final Atlas yet.
Imagine seismic trap builds with this.
Yeah. Am I leveling up Seismic Trap? Blade Fall. And Blade. I need to get a Seismic Trap. And level that up. Actually, let's do Physical. Just so... No, never mind. I'll do Trap. I don't know all the traps. Explosive Trap is fire. Bear Trap. Animate Weapon. Fire Trap. Blade Trap. What is Blade Trap? Throw a trap which once triggered swings 2 copies of your equipped dagger, claw, or one-handed sword.
Wessel Rustbrook says,
can't do that one.
It's PHY.
Oh yeah, I spelled it wrong, so it came more. Vampiric Link, Flamethrower. Yeah, this looks like Seismic is like the only real physical one, so that'll be the one I buy. Let's throw a Seismic Trap in there, level that bitch up. But I got the Blade Blast up. What
Benspori says, Blade Trap is an attack.
Oh, good to know. Yeah, I'm going to want both of those area of effects up, so I'm going to sell those bad boys now that they're level 20. Sell that. level these all up at the same time. I'm going to try those out in a little bit. Yeah, seismic trap's going to be nutty. Obviously, I'm going to do it on a Trickster, because I'm not going to re-spec my entire build just to do some trappage. And I'm pretty sure I'm not going to like the playstyle. It might be fun just to see the big numbers, see number go up. But I really like the playstyle of Ethereal Knives and Blade Vortex.
Wessel Rustbrook says, it's ideal to use Exang or if you're a hippie like me Hex Blast. Wessel Rustbrook says,
I don't know if I like the
but
term.
Since you're Impale Exang.
I don't know if I like the term ideal. But see, watch this. 10 stacks on the Blade Vortex. You pop this bad boy. You do some Vol Blade Vortex. You hit him with the curse, and then just eats his life. And he done. It's super nice. I was supposed to...
Corey says, it's literally just like your weapons duct taped to a rotator and tossed into the pit of monsters, laughing face, Fallout vibes.
Yeah, pretty much. I should have died right there. Oh, I guess I can include the jewels in my budget too. Yeah, if you include my jewels, my cluster jewel, and some of my other jewels, we are probably looking at an additional 4 divine there. I forgot about my jewels. I just paid 1 divine for one of my jewels just because I liked the way it looked. It was a pretty jewel. This one, I think. Yes. Spell damage. No, I don't think that was the one I paid 1 divine for. Paid 1 divine for one of them. Definitely wasn't that one. Yeah, this one. Energy shield, life, chaos resistance, and recoup. It's the only amount of recoup I have. I always kind of like to have a little bit of recoup. But the chaos resistance is super good. The life, energy shield, and 23% reduced bleed duration. I had to have it. Probably not quite worth the divine, but I wanted it. Perfect rolls on each. Sometimes you gotta splurge on something you want. Physical damage, divination card, jewelers. We'll do a divination card. And I wouldn't recommend, unless you're cash heavy or time constrained, I wouldn't recommend buying pre-rolled cluster jewels, especially of the physical variety, because those things are pricey and they're pretty easy to roll with the Harvest crafting bench. So save your cash and Harvest craft that shit. Oh, got. What are the mods on this map? This is a tough map. Extra energy shield. Aura effect. That's it? Aura effect reduction? Oh yeah, I guess my chance to evade is only 57% because of the aura effect reduction. Oh, and I don't have my auras on because I died. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting wrecked in this map. Could be some of the altars that I've clicked.
Wessel Rustbrook says, I had a guy that bought Elemental Cluster Jewel for 7 divines and it only took me 10C to craft.
Yeah, those Elemental Cluster Jewels can sell a lot if you get, I think it's Doriani something with the elemental damage is leached. That's super important as a Cluster Jewel because you can't really get it very easily outside of the Cluster Jewel. Which I'm pretty sure you probably had that one.
Gabriel Kenzo says, I love crafting clusters, used to be a hideout god crafting those.
Yeah, you make a lot of money crafting cluster
Wessel
jewels.
Rustbrook says, Primatic Heart is the most important.
I don't remember what Chromatic Heart does. Is that the one with Leech? Terrible with the names of shit. Sounds like it's the one with Leech. A chromatic.
Wessel Rustbrook says, Prismatic I mean.
Yeah, that's definitely the one with Leech.
Wessel Rustbrook says, playing POE and typing at the same time.
Yeah, I am an old man, so sometimes when I try to talk and play at the same time, it don't work out so well. Being a freaking childless grandpa. Duplicated. Yeah, we'll do duplicated.
Ben Spory says, one does not simply.
I forgot about those memes. The one does not simply memes. Those were good memes. Memes were so innocent back in the day. Now that memes got Trump elected, memes have been co-opted. The future of memes are going to get real weird because it's going to be like memes presented to you by Nike or memes presented to you by the Democratic or Republican Party.
Ben Spory says, welcome.
Memes are now corporate mainstream. Alright, here's this boss, right? He's full life. Let's build up some of these charges. Hit him with the curse. That's not that bad of damage. And as a Trickster, you're kind of tanky. Obviously, I died a few times, so you're not, like, the tankiest of tank. But that Grace really provides a lot of survivability. And I am tempted to repath out of these ones, because these energy shield leech is kind of nice, but
Ben
I could
says,
path over this side.
Pepperidge Farm remembers, winky face.
Yeah. Dude, I can't fuck with those cookies. I cannot fuck with Pepperidge Farm cookies, because this will give me more spell suppression. I don't know. I'll keep this. You got these Chessman Pepperidge Farm cookies. These bad boys. These are fucking good. These are good cookies. You get that with some Red Bull. That's a good time. But I'm a weirdo. I think Chips Ahoy cookies with milk is delicious. You can't do a chocolate chip cookie with milk unless it's Chips Ahoy, because I think they make Chips Ahoy cookies out of cardboard or something. It allows the milk to absorb into the cookie in a completely different way than a homemade chocolate chip cookie can do. Something about Chips Ahoy getting soaked in milk is super good. Delicious. At Fat Boy Life. Here, I got an elemental. No, I'm gonna try to do my spell one.
Benspori says, I only tried the original ones. Was imported here.
You try them with milk? Milk is a game changer with them cookies. Or you talking about Pepperidge Farm? Come on, you can do it. Give me a triple node. Ah, no triple node. Where's that elemental one I had? Here it is. Here we go. Gonna make 2 divine right now. Not a rare. Ugh. Hate that. Or I might get it on this try right here. Nope. Which one would be best? Caster? Sure, let's go Caster.
Benspori says, cocoa milk or hot chocolate?
I don't like either. I'm not a big fan of chocolate. If the only chocolate I really like, apparently American chocolate from Hershey tastes like vomit to people that are not American. But the only really chocolate I use is a Hershey Nugget with almonds.
Benspori says, but OFC good old fresh milk first.
Oh, yeah, fresh milk. So I kind of like these ones. These little nuggets with the almonds in it. But I mostly like the almonds, but the chocolate's kind of nice. So that's kind of the only chocolate I eat. I'm a huge fan of milk, though. Oh, man. Doriani's Lesson. That's the one that's expensive. That's the important one. Actually, I could probably do it with a lightning. No, element caster was working better. Aw, didn't get it.
Benspori says, yeah, this is Europe, we have good chocolates kappa.
Yeah, apparently it's not a matter of good, it's a matter of different. I've had chocolate in Europe and in Japan, and I hated it. Something about, well, obviously your guys' chocolate's probably the real deal, because America's a newer country, and we probably found our own way to do it. And by we, I mean Hershey, which is derived from Hershey, Pennsylvania. But I find chocolate to be pretty gross. Pretty gross. Cannot leech from monsters, that should be fine. And chocolate in Europe and chocolate in Japan is even grosser. But if you're ever in America, or you can get Hershey's, I'd be interested, if you're not American, on whether it tastes like vomit. I can even Google it right now and say, why does Hershey taste like vomit?
Wessel Rustbrook says, actually prismatic is the best because everyone can use it. Dorianese is still good, but prismatic heart is #1.
I guess I didn't see prismatic heart. A lot of people like the Doriani's though for the leech. Yeah, the one that I actually want, the one that makes my Unleash seals recharge 30% faster, is like the rarest one to get, and super pricey. And it would be committing to using Unleash, which I don't want to do. Because Unleash is only really effective for mapping, or when you have this double combo with Blah.
Benspori says,
Blade Vortex.
There's bunch of videos out there why Hershey's is different. It's about the preservative of the milk or so.
Yeah. It might be because they homogenize it. But man, I've had milk right out of cow tit. Right out the cow tit. Love me some milk. All that American heritage. Oh, look at that regeneration. Too bad the life is a dud. I can't even imagine being lactose intolerant. But one time I did drink a whole thing of milk, and it did kind of fuck me up a little bit. I don't think that makes me lactose intolerant. That just means I shouldn't drink an entire quart of milk all in one sitting. I even had it with ice, because that's the only way to drink milk. Good old ice milk. You don't want that shit to get warm. A lot of people are weirded out by milk drinkers. It's like a whole meme not to trust the milk drinkers. I just got hit fucking twice.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Wait, did I get a new one?
Remio said.
Remio. Wave hi to Remio. Hello.
Benspori says. Load of differences. We don't really use corn syrup here, and you know the regulations of food. Many more.
Hey, your guys' regulations are actually quite nice up there. I mean, we can't even have your guys' cheeses. We can't use your cheeses. Because you guys don't homogenize something. Which just means boil it until all the good stuff is out of it.
Gabriel Kenzo says. You called me?
Hello. Of course I called you. It's just not the same without you, my dude.
Wessel Rustbrook says. No way, the only normal way to drink milk is out of the refrigerator without ice or being room temperature.
It's pretty cold right out of the refrigerator, so that's pretty nice too. But I like it with ice. Good old fucking ice milk brings me back. I'm a wee man, a very short person, but I hit a massive growth spurt, and I just craved milk as I was growing. I think I went through like a gallon a day.
Gabriel Kenzo says. I'm trying to figure out the auras and skills here.
That I'm using? Petrified Blood. Clarity is useless. I just have it because I can. We got Petrified Blood, Grace, Discipline, Herald of Purity for the physical damage, War Banner for the physical damage, and Vitality, because Vitality is essentially...
Gabriel Kenzo says.
Oh, you and your duo?
No, for me and my duo. Wessel Rustbrook says. Homelander killed my milk enjoyment.
No way, dude. That Homelander milk shit was hysterical. I am naturally a realist, but while being a realist, I'm also very white-pilled. And I think the world is going to be just fine. And we're going in a good direction.
Gabriel Kenzo says. I forgot about that F.
We're going in a good direction. All that woke nonsense, even with all that, we get a show like Homelander, The Boys. It brings me hope. There's still
Ben Spory says,
good art that will be
Wessel,
made.
You evil.
The Boys was refreshing, to say the least. And fucking Dean Winchester being in The Boys was awesome. His character, while probably too likable to be a villain, because everybody just loves Mr. Dean, he was spectacular as... I forgot his name. Captain America.
Wessel Rustbrook says, Do Soldier Boy was lit.
Yeah, Soldier Boy. Yeah, he was great. You can stream. Just put me on mute, and then you can see whether I get another loot explosion. Another divine party. That was crazy. I might have gotten way too excited for that. The fact I got 5 divines in a single map. Plus 1 for my homeboy who hopped in. I was kind of hoping they'd get rid of that kind of a thing. Just completely. I don't really like it. I don't like that you can run 1,000 maps and get no divines, and then run 1 map and get 5. In my opinion, it's just a big feels bad until it feels good. I'd much prefer they spread that shit out. Oh, look at this. A radiant fountain. Let me do a minor treasure. But it's still definitely way better than it was last league. When
Wessel Rustbrook says,
people could get the bots.
Yeah, I think loot distribution need work. Ben Spory says, one guy made 32 divines with eater altars in one map.
I tried to make a build with that last league. It didn't work. I forgot what I tried to use with it. I need to get a... the shield that applies to your main hand weapon. And those are expensive. I keep wanting to say Savior, but it's not Savior. That's the sword. Squire, I think it's called. I need to find a Squire in order to make that bad boy work. And those sons of bitches are probably real expensive right now. Yeah, let's go to this Rudy looking one.
Wessel Rustbrook says, you forgot some chest. Wessel Rustbrook says, back.
Yeah. I don't care too much about the early loot. I think the early...
Ben Spory says,
yeah, only 48 divines.
It wasn't any loot goblins.
Yeah, no loot goblins.
That's
says, what's important.
If you want to try it, I can lend you an Squire on standard. Ben Spory says,
I haven't logged into standard
just
forever.
Pure eater altars and packs.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Yeah, once I level up again, I'm gonna modify my shit to do altars. Right now I just got pack size, and I'm cutting all the small nodes out. So I'm probably gonna get rid of that increased pack size, and then focus on some altars to see if I can get me more divine drops. It's not as fun of a playstyle. Who do we got left? It's not as fun of a playstyle. I like the pack size. I think it's way more fun to do the pack size. But after the feeling of getting a 5 divine drop on a map, I kind of want to do it now. Let me leave. What the hell? Is this the exit? Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Let's all pretend that didn't happen. That it didn't just circle like 9 times to find absolutely nothing. Ooh, contains a merchant. Yeah, I kind of want to, on these things, I want to just go fast and mostly focus on coins and making sure my resolve is high until I get to the later stages of these things. Because I think that's where all the good loot drops. Because so far, there's been dog shit in here. And that's only because I've made it to floor 2 only. I think it goes like 5 floors deep or something. So I don't care too much about missing a little treasure chest here and there.
I found valuable relics here.
100% increase resolve. Oh, there's no permanent items. I don't know what inspiration does, though. Oh, I think inspiration is like a shield. Let's do that.
Miraculous.
Oh, I can do this one, too.
This should help a bit.
Ben Spory says, 32 rooms. So 4, I think.
Yeah.
Liam Vivi says, inspiration is like ES.
Nice, yeah, so inspiration good.
Slay them.
Low on mana.
My underling will deal with you.
Wait, there might have been coins I could have grabbed. Oh well. We got an offer. 10 chaos on next floor. Alright, I'll take that. Into the sanctum. I like fusing. Let's do the 6 fusing now. Ooh, 10 chaos. Okay, that's a pretty good reward. Let's start this over. Benevolent Fountain, another merchant.
Benspori says,
Let's go to the merchant.
Which floor was this?
That was the first. Now I'm on second. I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but this is the second altar. The second whole thing. Pretty sure you would call it a floor. Ouch. Don't shoot me. Ouch. Don't shoot me. I just walked right into a big old hailstorm of fire. It's going to take a lot of practice to not suck. Ethereal Knives is pretty good. It's got a wide spread and you can just kind of run around and hit them with the knives. Obviously, traps are probably better. Oh, I'm caught up, but let's purchase a relic. Oh, I didn't have enough coins. You can see additional rooms. That's lame. Monsters have 30% reduced life. Oh, that's pretty good. Monsters have 20% reduced action speed. Oh, that's slick. That's pretty slick. That'll help out a lot for people who suck like myself. Oh, I think I got experience in there too. That's a good way to gain experience because you can't die in there.
Finally, come on.
Okay, I'm gonna let these Vol Blade Blasts or Blade Vortexes hit and just do the Vol Blade Vortexes on this little area. I want to see what they can do. They seem to do a lot of damage and have a great AoE. Nice and thick. But I've never actually paid a close enough attention to see just how strong they are. Alright. Overwhelm, immune to chaos, and physical damage. It's extra chaos. I can do all that. Monsters have ward. That's fine. Penetrate chaos. Increase damage. I can't do hits. Can't be evaded. Poison is rough, but I can do poison. I just end up with too much shit. Too many of these nodes that I can put down. Alright. Well, that's fucking slick, dude. Blade Vortex is awesome. First time using it. I'm sure you all know that Blade Vortex is awesome. But it's my first time experiencing it. Leveled up. Ooh, got a Crusader plate with some white sockets. And that knockback is super handy for this league mechanic. I got a bunch of those. Give me some coins, man. That guy loves those coins.
Liam Vivi says. Dude, try Herald Blade Vortex back from Incursion League, that was my wet dream build, exploiting complete screens.
Yeah.
Liam Vivi says. Super fun.
I never played it pre-nerf. I know they nerfed, like, I don't know if they nerfed the damage or just the area of effect, but they nerfed Blade Vortex kind of around the same time they nerfed Cyclone. And I was always playing Cyclone, so I never got to enjoy Blade Vortex in its heyday.
Wish you could have experienced back in the days of the Triple Herald BV Elementalist. That was good.
Yeah, during that time I was rocking Cyclone, which was also good.
Liam Vivi says. They nerfed K quality of life. Liam Vivi says. Basically.
Yeah. Just looks sad now. I even have increased area of effect on it, and it's just so small. Feels bad. Feels sad. I should put increased duration in there, shouldn't I? I think it's going to increase the duration of the Vol, and it will also increase the duration of the...
Benspori says.
The
nerf the
blades.
DMG, the crit, the AoE, literally everything.
Oh yeah, they gutted it. I wanted to build a stupid, boring build that used Blade Vortex and Winter Orb. I think that's what it's called, Winter Orb. And just alternate between the two. Just fucking have a bullshit going on at all times.
Benspori says. Oh, and even before that, BV was a single application without stacks.
Damn. They didn't have stacks. That's crazy. That's the main reason I use Unleash, is it's so good with the stacks. I almost want to use Unleash and Spell Echo. I get 5 in one cast. But the damage reduction of Spell Echo, probably not the best utilization. Alright. We're mostly done with this map, and now I can take a look at the new passive tree.
Liam Vivi says. You know what build I missed that got killed? Old Poet's Pen Volatile Dead. Benspori says. There wasn't Unleash. Liam Vivi says. I loved that build.
Yeah, Unleash is kind of new. Yeah, no one's gonna buy that. I'll just sell it. Feels so bad to no longer get a Divine for selling a 6-link. 20 Fusings is cool, but
Wessel Rustbrook
used to be a
says.
Divine.
They should buff Poet's Pen, honestly so fun.
I think Poet's Pin had its heyday. It's an interesting balance that GGG has to make between...
Benspori says.
What's good?
Yeah. Spellslinger was nerfed as well. Was too good for the vision as well.
Yeah, they nerfed a lot of that stuff all in one go when they made everything cost so goddamn much mana. It's kind of silly, actually, how expensive all this shit is. I can't even cast this spell without life tap because it's just so expensive. Fucking trade it, you asshole. They start slamming shit. Level 6. Gross. I never look at my div cards. I could have some expensive ones in there for all I know. Ooh, a 7 life. Here we go. Physical damage. Critical strike chance with melee two-handers. Wait, fuck! God damn it. I needed to hit it with this instead of a regal. I just went straight to a regal. I'm gonna throw it on the ground because I'm just mad.
Benspori says. Not just that. That came later. They increased the reservation by the support gem multis and stuff.
Yeah. A bunch of nasty shit. Did a bunch of people dirty. Let's see. What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? I think I'll just give myself some life for now.
Benspori says. Back in the days you could have 3 spell slinger setups easily.
I don't have enough nodes. I need more of this polymath. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I only got 7 polymaths. I think I'll pop this. Let's do 3% of maximum mana is extra energy shield. That ain't nothing. I guess I'll do regenerate 2% of energy shield per second. Alright, let's take a look at this. What do I want? Where's the altars at? Altars, Eldritch altars influenced by Eater World have an additional downside. Eldritch altar influenced by Eldritch altars have 50% increased upside.
Wessel Rustbrook says. In fairness, Spell Slinger was very powerful with no investment.
Yeah, I think Spellslinger had its time in the sun. There's so many skills in this game that have not had their time in the sun that I don't really feel too bad when they nerf something like that. Because, you know, it had its time in the sun. It had its moments of glory. But we can take a look at this skill here. Viper Strike. I don't think Viper Strike has ever had its day in the sun. I don't think anyone's ever once played this aside from the first couple of seconds when you start the game. There's a lot of skills like this that are just trash. Unusable. Complete garbage that need their time in the sun. Okay, first let's see how many of these I got. 51. Okay, yeah, I got plenty. Plenty. 51.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Dude, most melee build didn't have their day in the fun and need vitamin D.
I don't know about that, man. Heavy Strike was my go-to, and I was rocking Heavy Strike with a jug that couldn't be stopped for so long.
Benspori says. But they nerfed so it is not even worth to try.
So melee has always been, in my opinion, kind of strong for me. Alright, so altar, path over this way, get this altar. What do the small ones do? Oh, I can't see what the small ones do until I refund this.
Wessel Rustbrook
increase
says.
Pack size, increase pack
To what,
size. Compared to everything. So the main reason that melee is so shit is actually the defensive layers that are required for melee. Because you're in the mix of shit.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Do you know how powerful Arc was?
Don't know. Arc's pretty powerful today. Do you know how powerful Cyclone was?
Wessel Rustbrook says. It was busted.
Yeah, so was Cyclone. So was Heavy Strike. Heavy Strike, you could permanently stun all the bosses. At one point, yeah. Every boss, you jump on them, you Heavy Strike them, you stun them in the first try, and you just keep hitting them.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Not like Arc, homie.
Let me see if I can see a Cyclone video. Cyclone topped Arc in its prime. What league was that, Cyclone?
Liam Vivi says. Legion League. Wessel Rustbrook says. Ultimatum my fave league.
So you're telling me that Arc was better than this? This is just a random video I popped on too. Look at that, full screen clear Cyclone. It was insane, and his damage isn't that great. Mine was way better than this. Look at that shit. It was incredible. Absolutely incredible. You might be right that Arc was better than this. I'd have to see it. Because this is fucking nuts.
Ben Spory says. Oh yeah, endurance jug heavy strike perma stun. And in that time there were also perma freeze builds.
Yeah, the perma-stun heavy strike was my jam. I didn't have to worry about learning boss mechanics or nothing. I just jump on them, stun them, kill them, profit.
Liam Vivi says. My very first Uber Elder kill was with good old Cyclone with Disfab Hour in Legion League. Wessel Rustbrook says. Arc had 10 million when most build didn't even reach 1 million.
I think I had 4 million with my Cyclone, and it covered the whole screen just like you saw. So sure, Arc had 10 million, but Cyclone was a constant application of 4 million and entire screen clear. I mean, that's crazy. But if we're going to talk about nuts shit, I mean, Aura Stackers were at like 50 million and unkillable when Aura Stackers were in their prime. I think I need the tree for this. I don't think I want to try to do it. POE Atlas skill tree. This is actually way better on Chrome Edge.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Arc killed 2 full screens not cleared better than Arc, and the single target was the strongest Oswell. Liam Vivi says. 50 million? Real Aura Stackers had overflow damage. Ben Spory says. Arc chained outside of the screen.
Yeah, as I said, I never played Arc. You guys might be right. But Cyclone was still pretty lit. Let's see. I still want these Kurak missions. No, I don't need no Kurak missions. Reset tree. Let us, well, this is so janky on Chrome. Watch this, guys. Do I even have Edge installed? Shut up, Microsoft. Look how smooth it is in Edge versus Chrome. I'm Chrome. I'm a piece of shit. I don't know what Edge does to make it so much better, but for some reason, this is way better in Edge. Sulfite. Okay, I want Delirium, so let's go up this way.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Again, comparatively, all the other skill you mentioned was also spellcaster, hence reinforcing my point of melee being gutted for a long time.
I hear what you're saying, and you're not wrong, but I think the main reason melee feels bad is you gotta get so up close and personal, and they don't give melee builds.
Ben Spory says. Aura Stackers were kept for too long. Same with the ward loop.
I didn't mind Aura Stackers too much because they're so expensive and took so much time to get. So their OP-ness was OP-ness. Oh god. I can't believe I just said OP-ness. Their OP-ness was gatekeeped by their cost, which you can argue is a bad thing. Where some of the more other overpowered builds were not cost prohibitive. But Aura Stacker's power was so much higher than other OP builds. Do I want Harbinger?
Wessel Rustbrook says, for a caster, investment is a choice. For melee, it's a must.
Yeah, melee, it's just so different than a caster. Casters, you can get a lot of power just from leveling up your caster gem. But high-end weapons for melee is how you unlock a melee build. So you really have to get a high-end DPS weapon, and those just get so expensive. But when you get those high-end melee weapons, they're actually very strong. It's just melee, you have to get up close, and almost all of their league mechanics fuck melee because you have to be so close to the boss to fight them. And while spells do have a higher damage, melee builds can match spells damage with investment, but they can't match spells application of damage and survivability by being distant. So to fix melee, it would be extremely difficult. Because if they were to...
Ben Spory says, the budget Aura Stacker build was cheaper and more powerful than the other builds.
If you're doing the cluster jewel crafting yourself, maybe. But I think you're kind of forgetting how expensive those cluster jewels were during the heyday of aura stacking. And they all used voices. Even, I guess the budget ones didn't use voices, but the big ones used voices. And those were like 50 divine a pop, and you needed 3 of them. Yeah, the aura stacker, like the legit aura stacker one, that was fucking nuts in terms of how expensive it was. Fucking nuts. I don't really want to do Legion. Essence I want to do. I'll get one of these map nodes. I'll get the second map node. Why not? Don't want to do strong boxes. I don't need any more blight. I don't need that. What are you, Metamorph? Bestiary? I could
Wessel Rustbrook says, I mean, look at me running around typing to you and killing the boss AFK. That the non-melee character life.
Yeah, that's actually a fantastic point. The non-melee character life, a lot of it has to do with quality of life. It's not so much the damage, it's just how easy it is to play a caster build.
Ben Spory says, that's why I said budget. You could do it with like 5x and was enough to farm like a bot.
Yeah, okay. This doesn't feel very effective. I'm not loving how I'm doing it. This ain't ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, I might as well do plus 4% chance to contain a Legion. No, fuck Legion. Which one's the Gambler? Is that Tujin? Yeah, Tujin. I want some Tujin action.
Benspori says. Oh well, I take a few hours BD sleep, haha. 5:30 and my alarm is set to 9. Good night, guys.
Good night. This is too much. I'm getting stressed out. It's only got 2 Eater of World sections. Alright. Yeah, I'll do this Sexton node. Why not? Is there more than one Sexton node, or is it just the one? That's just the one. What are you? Yeah, I'll put some Conqueror shit in there.
Wessel Rustbrook says. HM. Completed the entire Atlas and no divine drop.
I got 5 on that one map and 2 before it. So I have 7 divine drops total.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Oh well, not like need money to kill SHT anyways.
Yeah, but the money... Well, I guess you probably don't build a lot of builds. Money's really important for fueling my desire to make as many builds as possible every league. What are you? Final map boss of each map has a 3%. Oh yeah, I want that. I don't want to do any Maven. Ooh, more Delirium. And this feels yucky. Feels yucky. What do I want to trim out of here? Don't really need this harvest. Actually, I don't need that either. Which means I can path up this way. You know what? I can probably go right up. No, I want to block out some content. Riveting gameplay here. I need harvest for plussing. Maps have 5% chance to contain Sacred Grove. I basically want increased chance to contain Sacred Grove, but I don't need anything else. That's over here. And that's a lot of Sacred Grove chance. Yeah, I think that'll do it. It's good enough. Let's see. Fine with that, I'm fine with that, I'm fine with that. Alright. Now let's replicate it. Zoom out a bit.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Accidentally got one of these. Nice. Actually, I could keep that delirium right there. And just path up this way.
Quang Nhat Lam Tran says. Can you show our gear?
Yeah, sure. Got the 6-link weapon. Got the Impale gloves with a 50% increase in Impale effect. Got the belt, energy shield, life, regeneration. Regeneration very important when running low life with not a lot of life. Fire, lightning res, and this increased flask recovery rate. boots with spell suppressed, life, movement speed, lightning, and chaos. Wait, can I smash that with a... I can smash that with an exalted orb. Do I have an exalted orb? Do not have an exalted orb. Got this ring here, a purely defensive ring. Cap my reses, give me some ES. This one right here, purely defensive ring with a little bit of increased rarity of items. This bad boy here, very good for high evasion, 35% less damage taken if you have not been hit recently. That compensates for the fact that I have no armor. This bad boy here for 288 critical strike multiplier. This right here allows my spells to be 100% crit chance. That in combination with this, and that's the gear. This flask here, the best flask on a Trickster, because you can't be petrified, so you get 3 endurance charges the entire time. Well, you get maximum endurance charges the entire time you're mapping. Onslaught for speed, more evasion because it's great. Spell suppress and phasing, important. Movement speed because it's quality of life. That is the gear. That's how I've mapped out. Physical cluster jewel, pretty basic. Spell jewel, it's not the final product. I don't like really either of these, but I got a triple, so I just put it in there. I got 1 more jewel that I need to buy. I'm rocking this one, which is pretty good, but it's not the best jewel you can get. Here's one of my jewels: energy shield, life, chaos resistance, damage recoup. This one is just physical damage, strength, crit multi for spells. I needed it for the strength, but crit multi and physical, pretty nice. It's like 1C. And when I want to try to reroll it, it has the global damage, global physical damage as a, I don't know, fractured mod, so I can roll it and try to get something better in the future if I really want to. 10% spell damage, 6% life, 3% mana reservation efficiency. I have that 3% because without it, I can't cast my vulnerability, and I'd have to put it in a life tap setup. That's the only reason I got that one. This allows me to pierce, increase projectile damage, pierce, increase projectile damage, reduce the cost of grace, plus 10 elemental resistances. I really like this node because 10 elemental resistances is extremely nice, and improving the grace efficiency, also quite nice. This one's extreme quality of life for some of the content. Knock back enemies if you get a critical strike with projectile damage. Using ethereal knives, I get a lot of knockback. Obviously, the spell suppress node, I'm getting critical strike chance is increased by spell suppress. That gets me to 100%.
Quang Nhat Lam Tran says, how many total were DPS?
I think it's 2 million for ethereal knives, and then like 1.5 for blade vortex. So how it works is I pop a blade vortex and hit ethereal knives. On a boss, it's probably like 2.5 million, maybe 3 with the curse. As you can see, you can kind of utilize Unleash pretty effectively. I think I do like that, and then I'll just hold that for a little bit and then pop it. And I spin around the boss. Let's say this waypoint's the boss. Just kind of do this. Or if I'm in a lot of danger, I'll just stay back and kite. Well, let's go back to refunding a bunch of this shit. I'm re-speccing this. I had it set up so I get increased pack size. And now I am setting it up to capitalize more on altars. I think I'll keep that for now. I'm all out. Head up this way. Yeah, shrines are fun. Let's put some shrines on there.
How's the trail?
Your cost regrets, right? That's rough. Hate that. I love my regrets. Let's see, what am I refunding? Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah. Let's refund all this shit. There we go. That's good enough for now. Now my altars should be more powerful. I'm gonna see if I can get any of the maps I'm missing, if I'm even missing maps. 111. Yeah, I'm probably missing some rare maps.
Now that was satisfying.
Crafting receipt. Oh, I hate this fucking boss. Shouldn't be too hard with this setup, though. Oh, yeah. Another shitty boss if you're melee.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Really good with Blade Vortex, though. Can't turn down a Guardian. Oh man, that reduced pack size. I guess it's not reduced on this one. Because correct missions don't count whatever you have on your atlas. Oh, so nice to not play a charge build. All last league, I played nothing but frenzy charges and power charges, and every time I did one of these guardians, those frenzy charges and power charges would drop off.
Liam Vivi says. Wasn't it your own choice? LOL.
Kind of. But it being my own choice doesn't change the fact that they probably ought to speed up these interactions that force people to lose their charges just by taking unnecessary time before you can fight something. But once you get a bunch of gear, you get pigeonholed into that gear if you're doing multiple builds. So all my gear was like +1 to maximum frenzy charges, and I could have done different builds, but I already had the gear for the frenzy charge builds. So, you know, it's more cost effective to do multiple frenzy charge builds once you had the gear for it. And you're a crazy person if you think that they don't need to speed these up. I need to level up a pride, actually, now that I think about it. So when I switch this to a bosser build, I think I'm going to run pride instead of grace. In which case, I might have to modify things a little bit. Might have to stop running discipline in order to be able to do pride, because there's nothing to make pride cheaper aside from the... I guess I could do a triple mana efficiency cluster jewel with pride on it. Fuck yeah, give me these guardian maps. I'll keep that one. That one's cool.
Liam Vivi says. You could go Impresence, but not worth, you'd lose a lot of crit multi.
Yeah, not worth. I could go a lot of things, and none of those things are worth. There's no way there's a better amulet than this. Except for maybe like an absolutely perfectly rolled yellow amulet. Rare. Maybe it's better. But it's gonna be difficult to beat 288 crit multi on a 100% chance to crit build.
Gabriel Kenzo says. No, you want crit multi.
Yeah, obviously I want crit multi. That's... Oh, I just opened one. Crit multi is juicy. I'm gonna get to 700. I need 20 more. Get to 700 crit multi. Think this is... Oh, fuck. I didn't read anything. How did... Oh. Oh. Got them all unidentified. Let's see. Do I got one that does...
Liam Vivi says. Talking about crit multi, your jewels are missing a lot. You can get like 30 per jewel. Liam Vivi says.
Yeah, costly.
Costly though.
Very costly. Like those, yeah, those are multiple divine per jewel. And I'm all out of divine. And I'm going to be using my next divines for my next builds. Reroll all of Curix, corrupting all non-unique maps. At least one blighted map. Delirium.
Gabriel Kenzo says. Don't feed his addiction, chat.
It's not an addiction. Let me just verify no physical reflect. Cannot regenerate life or mana. Man, fuck this game. Yeah, I'll do a couple breach maps. Why not? Enrich, Zoff, enrich, Zoft. This will be fun to do with breach.
Liam Vivi says. At least he's not trying to do poison plus bleed on this Impale thing.
Oh, the urge, the desire is there. It would be such a good build. Guarantee it. Almost died.
Liam Vivi says. We know it is, my dude. Glad you don't have the money to do such monstruosity.
Give it time. That'll be like second month build. I'll be doing that shit in February. Ethereal Knives is pretty good. Feels a little faster than Exsanguinate. I think Exsanguinate might have a cast speed penalty or something. Or I'm just got more cast speed than I normally do. Yeah, I probably just have more cast speed. Usually when I do Exsanguinate, I do very slow cast speed. Jesus.
Gabriel Kenzo says. No, you'll do the STR stacker with the Chaos Forge.
Yeah, I got a lot of builds I'm going to be doing. That one's next, I believe.
Gabriel Kenzo says. Don't forget you promised that build, haha.
Oh yeah, that's next. But I'm going to be doing a lot of builds this league. That one's definitely next. Alright, I think... Oh no, they're not leveled up
Gabriel
enough yet.
Kenzo says. Yay.
Let's check the price of a Covenant real quick. Last I checked, they were like 3 divine. And these drop down pretty quickly. And obviously, I can 6-link like an animal. Still 2.8 divine for the Covenant. So I'll wait a little bit longer until this drops.
Liam Vivi says, talking about monstrosities, have you ever tried Relic of the Pact?
No, I've never even read it. I think it's a minion skill, right? Wow, I don't understand what buttons I just hit to get there.
Liam Vivi says, it's a wand/scepter, don't remember.
Oh, it's an
Gabriel
item?
Kenzo says, nope, you stack life to sacrifice it and deal damage.
Oh,
Liam Vivi says,
I was thinking Dark Pact.
loot for it, it's fun.
Is that the blood one? Where they shoot a big blood circle? I think I saw someone doing something with that.
Liam Vivi says, yes.
It looks rippy because you use all of your life to cast it. One unique, uncompleted, delirium, non-unique, blighted. Alright, let's run some regular.
Gabriel Kenzo says, hella fun to stack 9k life. Liam Vivi says,
yeah, I have a goal.
Yes, and that's stupidly fun.
I have a goal to use this support node. Bloodthirst support. I think it only works with attacks. I don't know if that's considered an attack. But I want to get above 10k life and use this bad boy. 2% of maximum life while on low life.
Liam Vivi says, 9k is low. I've seen PPL with 25k.
Jeez, I've never seen 25k life. That's crazy. Of course, you're a standard player, if I'm not mistaken. And there's all kinds of janky shit for standard. But I definitely want... I've never incorporated this in any of my builds. So at some point, I want to try to do a maximum life build. I don't have it formulated in my head yet.
Liam Vivi says, no,
in league? That's crazy.
Liam Vivi says, last league.
25,000. I've seen 18,000 energy shield. I think that's the highest I've seen.
Wessel Rustbrook says, hey, I'm back.
What up, my dude? You missed absolutely nothing. It has been very boring. I've got no loot, but I did reformulate my, whatever you call that, Atlas passives. I no longer have the big pack size, but now I have more bonuses for this. And my Eater of Worlds are going to be Uber Eater of Worlds, and I've never done Uber Eater of Worlds.
Liam Vivi says, Luol Empyrean and his group made a 100-something KES char. Gabriel Kenzo says, Squire plus Relic Pact plus lots of life and chaos.
What is...
Wessel Rustbrook says,
an Imperium?
Now your sweet nasally voice is all I need.
Yeah, I can't believe my nose is still clogged. That's bonkers to me. I think it's been... It feels like 10 days. I think I got sick like December 10th. Or something like that. Wasn't even that bad of a sickness, but not having an immune system does mean that shit sticks around.
Liam Vivi says, Empyrean, it's an streamer that does wild projects every league.
Oh, is he one with like the dreadlocks? I think I've seen some of his shit.
Gabriel Kenzo says, Empyrean is a streamer that always do some stupid meme build project with mirrors and mirrors.
Oh shit.
Gabriel
So
Kenzo
he's a
says,
fancy consumer.
Yes, the dreadlock dude.
Yeah, I've seen
Wessel
some of his
Rustbrook
stuff.
says, are you an athlete, my guy?
I was. I'm 40 now, so I am no longer an athlete. But growing up in a small town, there was not a lot of men to choose from for the sports. So I basically played all the sports. Track, baseball, wrestling, basketball, football. I missed anything else out? No, I think that was it. Yeah, so I grew up very athletic.
Liam Vivi says, you are 40 and sound like an edgy 16-year.
Yeah, I've
Liam
been
Vivi
told that.
says, LOL.
I've kind of always talked this way and never really saw a reason not to.
Wessel Rustbrook says, you play basketball?
Oh, I fucking love basketball. I was playing in a league before COVID. COVID kind of ruined a lot of my life. I mean, it didn't really impact me that much because I'm mostly a hermit. But I played basketball every Tuesday and Thursday. And
Liam
was
Vivi says,
in pretty good shape.
And how old is your brother?
My little brother is 31 now. And my oldest brother is 48. I think my sister's 52. I have 4 brothers, 2 sisters, big Mormon family from Arizona.
Wessel Rustbrook says, you were short, that short guy always kill me.
Yeah, 5'7". Very quick. I was able to touch the rim too, so I had some hops. Not Muggsy Bogues hops. I don't think Muggsy Bogues could dunk. He was 5'3". Spud Webb could dunk at 5'7". I was never able to dunk. I almost dunked a golf ball. But I couldn't quite curl my finger enough to dunk the golf ball.
Wessel Rustbrook says, I'm tall and lanky, struggle with short.
Yeah, tall and lanky's not so good with basketball unless you're quick. Because especially in like... I'm fine with that. Especially
Liam Vivi says,
because they'll put you as a center.
5'7". I'm 2 centimeters taller than you, haha.
Yeah, I get it. When you're in high school, when you're like 6'1" or 6'2", they'll put you as a center. If you go to a small enough high school, they'll put you as a center. And if you're skinny, you're going to go up against a guy who's like 6'2", but 250 pounds and a big boy. So he's just going to box you out. Our tall guy sucked ass because he was, our tallest guy on our team was I think he's 6'1", and he only weighed like 150 pounds. So he couldn't rebound for shit because he'd just get pushed out. But basketball, I absolutely love playing it. I could play it all day if my body allows. But I was playing it, and I broke my pinky like 2 days before I went to New Zealand on vacation. And that kind of sucks. I had to take quite a long break for that. And then almost right when I got back after breaking my pinky, COVID hit and ruined my basketball. No one played basketball anymore. The gym we played at closed down. The place I worked put everyone to work from home. Lost my basketball team. And then I'd been at that job for about 10 years, so I just decided to quit. That's unrelated to basketball. But basketball's pretty fire. I got a couple moves that are solid. I have a move where I cut underneath the backboard, I jump, and I can do a behind my head layup where I don't even look. I just throw it behind my head, and I make it, 95% of the time. And it's extremely difficult to guard against because you're not expecting someone to jump up and throw the ball behind their head underneath the rim. And it's super difficult to stop a 5'7" guy from riding the sideline right underneath the rim and then popping up. I got that, and then a really quick 10-foot jumper that's deadly.
Wessel Rustbrook says, I'm not that tall, but I'm 6'4", but it's usually the 5'5" short king kill me because usually rely on my speed and skill against tall dude.
Yeah, the shorties, what they have an advantage, they're not always the quickest. I'm not the quickest. The fastest 40-yard dash I ever ran was a 5'1", which is not that fast. It was with football pads on. But actually, no, the 5'1" wasn't with football pads. It's like 5'3" with football pads. And you really only do the 40-yard dash for football, so. But I could switch directions and accelerate extremely quickly after switching directions because I only weighed 120 pounds. And it made guarding me extremely challenging. And being only 120 pounds and 5'7", I didn't tire when I was younger. So I can literally just kind of run forever. So yeah, guarding me was a bit of a bitch for the people who guarded me. I did not envy them guarding me. And it was a little rough. And kind of a bad sportsman-like player. I would elbow people and be kind of a dick. Overall dick. If the ref wasn't looking, I would give him like a really sharp knee to the thigh. I was an asshole. I'd always talk shit. Try to draw people into fouls.
Wessel Rustbrook says, it's not really speed but agility and dexterity short guys that I struggle because that's my skill set.
Yep. Yep. It's crazy how much agility those NBA players have. They're so big, and yet you can get like a 6'5" guy who's basically almost the same agility as me as a 5'7" dude tearing up the court. It's absolutely nuts. Like growing up, I was a big fan of a basketball player named Kevin Johnson, played for the Phoenix Suns, and I thought he was short because he looked so short on the NBA field. He's like 6'2", and I met him in real life, and he crushed my dreams. Now, this was pre-internet, so you can't like Google how tall people were because you didn't have Google because the internet didn't exist. And I just assumed he was like my height. He was like 5'7".
Wessel Rustbrook says, oh yeah, Pets does that.
So he dunks over this giant guy. Let's actually go to YouTube here. And this was like my hero growing up. You see how little he looks?
Wessel Rustbrook says, not kidding, my coach offered me Pets WHR and I was 16.
What the hell is Peds? He's 6'1". So I met him in real life because I used to go to a couple of Phoenix Suns games. I met him in real life and he fucking towered over me, and I was like, God damn it. What is PEDS? Oh, PED, performance enhancement drugs. I wish I would have taken some.
Wessel Rustbrook says,
small town.
Performance enhancing drugs.
Bunch of Mormons. We didn't have any of that kind of stuff. I think the only performance enhancing drug I could have got my hands on was meth. And I'm not sure that's so much of a performance enhancing drug as it is just a drug. I should have done creatine growing up and playing sports. I didn't know where to buy it. We didn't have like a shop where you can get it. I'd have had to drive to Phoenix, which is 3 hours away, in order to get something like that. But in weights class, I maxed out on my bench press at 195 for a year and a half. Literally max out my bench every single day and go as hard as I could, and never got above 195. I would have really liked to hit that 200 or 205 mark, but never could do it. So I should have fucking roided out. I totally would have done some steroids. And they don't test in high school, so I could have just had my even more glory days in high school. Another weird thing is I trained to run faster and jump higher a lot, and I made no improvement on any of that. My sophomore year was my first year I played basketball, and when I played basketball my sophomore year, I can touch the rim, and I did all kinds of squats and leg workouts and sprints. I wore these stupid shoes while I ran that enhanced my calves, and I gained 0 inches of vertical and 0 seconds of increased speed. My sophomore year, I ran a 40-yard dash in 5.1. I could touch the rim. My senior year, I ran a 40-yard dash in 5.1. and can touch the rim. No improvement. So I have no clue. It's I was watching a documentary about Usain Bolt. Apparently he wasn't very fast in terms of like fast people speak when he first started, but he was very good with his coach, and his coach was able to increase his speed. And I have absolutely no clue how he did that. Obviously, I had no coach or no training. In a small town, your coaches are just high school teachers. They don't really know anything. They're not legitimate coaches. But I would have really liked to have been able to increase my vertical so I can at least dunk once in my life.
Wessel Rustbrook says, Peds.
Peds indeed. Peds indeed, it's how you do that.
Itching for me to lose another limb, are ya?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I totally think they should just legalize steroids for professional sports. Just let those freak beasts go as hard as they want to go. Give us the maximum amount of entertainment. Give them meth, give them fucking steroids. Just make it the best goddamn game you can imagine. I mean, they should legalize it simply for the fact that most of them are doing it anyways.
I'm not joking, most professional athletes are on Peds.
Oh, yeah, of course. And it makes it rough because they all have to dance around it versus just making it legal for everyone to do it. So now you have probably, I have no clue of the percentages, but let's just pretend that you have 60% of all the players on performance-enhancing drugs, and then you got 40% of players that are at a disadvantage because they're trying to play by the rules, and they ain't catching shit for the people that are doing the performance-enhancing drugs. But if they just let everyone do it, we are talking about sniffing drugs out of Alira's ass. If you're gonna sniff drugs out of an ass, Alira's ass is the ass to do it. She seems like a witchy bitch who doesn't shower. And you want a real ripe asshole if you're gonna be sniffing drugs out of it.
Wessel
she a baddie.
God know what.
She definitely... Alira's definitely a baddie. She fucking Kermit the Frog and everything. Man, those YouTube videos where Kermit the Frog is on a Omegle looking for baddies are fucking hilarious. That is exactly my type of comedy. If you haven't seen what I'm talking about, just do Kermit the Frog Omegle. Oh my god, it's hysterical.
Wessel Rustbrook says, please stop, I'm cringing so hard.
I don't even know what that means. There's nothing cringy about Kermit the Frog trying to find baddies on Omegle. I'm going right to it. You know what? I talk about it, I'm gonna fucking get it. Kermit the Frog baddies. Kermit the Frog looking for baddies.
Yeah. Is Kermit the Frog wanking?
Maybe.
Maybe. Hi, Kermit.
How you doing?
Better now I've seen you.
Oh, damn. What you doing on Omegle?
We're really bored.
Coming to find you.
Oh, nice. Well, here I am.
How's Miss Piggy?
Pretty good. She's out of town, so I'm on here looking for baddies.
Wanking.
You found the
Maybe.
right one.
Right? Oh, damn.
I'm on here looking for baddies.
Hmm?
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, I thought you meant his sentence.
I had actually seen this one. Normally he just gets a cucumber and lifts up a cucumber.
I would definitely fuck you, Kermit. I would come all over your eyes, and then I'd rip your eyes off and shove them down your throat, and then grab them through the inside of you.
A little aggressive.
The other side, bro.
Show your cucumber, man. Oh, I think I just missed it.
Well, I thought that's what you wanted.
You wanted? Can I? You have a.
Either.
Oh, that's classic. Kermit the Frog looking for baddies. That aggressive guy does know what he likes. There's nothing wrong with knowing what you like. What do I gotta do to get my other sextants? Maven and Uber Elder, it looks like. I don't even have the shit for that. I should be way farther than I am in my progression. Elemental Weakness, Enfeeble. Nah, I don't want that shit. Reflect Physical. Don't want that shit. Whatever. Spell Suppress. I can handle. Yeah, the world is kind of weird. It's gone to like a Puritan angle. Popcorn with salsa. Oh my god, I have to try that. That sounds incredible. The world has gotten kind of Puritan. Younger generation are like way more innocent than my generation was. Which I did not expect. I did not expect a puritanical reach happening inside of America. People like being sensitive and watching what they say depending on who's around. Salsa Valentia. Salsa and popcorn is definitely not a common thing here in America. Not a thing at all. I like, obviously, there's a restaurant. Oh, fuck yeah, put a pic in that, Discord. Obviously, there's a restaurant in Arizona that has some of the best Mexican food ever.
That sounds weird.
It does sound weird, but I love salsa and I love popcorn. On a giant Hershey cup. Now someone's just twisting my cock. He's just joshing around. I don't really understand the word cringe. Like, I think I have a different definition for that word than what you young cats are using it for. Like, this is cringe for me. Like when I saw this hot sauce in my bag.
No more questions? They said no, she has to go.
What's something that you always carry with you?
Hot sauce.
Actually, no.
Really? Are you getting information right
Pokemon
now?
Go to the polls was cringe. This was cringier.
So what we want is for more young people to be supported
Wessel Rustbrook
and
says,
mentored in getting those
I'm
skills.
cringing you talking about cringe.
Exactly. That's a correct way to use cringe.
Because we're going to have a lot of jobs from building infrastructure to coding, creating new apps. I don't know who created Pokemon Go.
Oh, look at her, happy to set this up.
Figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Oh, you nailed it, Hillary. See, that's what cringe means to me. That right there is just cringe, but the young cats are using it in like a much more complex. I never know what the fuck she's talking about. But your young cats use it in a much more diverse and broad manner. Kind of don't understand the definition. That's the boomer in me. And I can understand when you guys are saying like no cap and shit. I understand what that means, but you guys have broadened the word cringe to mean so many things. It's almost like a generic word for bad. I ain't hating. Us old people always eventually drop out of relevancy.
Wessel Rustbrook says, OMG, look at what they censored from my previous comment.
I really do hate these blue monsters. Sometimes they just spawn them and they instantly shoot their blue cum at you. And other times it's not so much. Their aggression level seems to be variable. It feels so bad without my pack size, though. I need to play faster with such low pack size.
Just need a moment to...
Lesser Eldridge, basic currency to be duplicated. I'll do that. Man, as I said, I'm born and raised in Arizona, and a lot of the Mexicans would come to school with a bunch of these hot chilies they grew in their yard. And I'm a white boy, you know, I can't handle my chili very well. So this guy comes in with some habaneros, and I ain't even fucking with it. I ain't fucking with it. I know it's too hot for my white ass. I ain't gonna bite none of this habanero. So the guy next to me, Native American, or Indian, I should say. That should not offend them. This Indian kid. Yeah, see, I'm a white boy. Habanero, that shit, that's some spice. He's eating it raw, just eating the raw habanero pepper, so that adds a little bit more intensity than just a habanero salsa. But also, there's a wide variation on the heat profile of chilies. You can get a jalapeno that's basically like a bell pepper, or you can get a jalapeno that's gonna fucking burn your mouth out. But this habanero is pretty spicy. I'm not even biting into it. I'm just next to the guy, and he takes a big old fucking bite of it, and it squirts on my face. Like, I've never made a woman squirt this much. I don't know how this habanero was so fucking juicy, but it squirts in my face and right in my fucking eye. And yeah, it would make me cry. Yeah, I guarantee I can't handle your grandpa's salsa. Guarantee it. I'm a white boy.
Wessel Rustbrook says, habanero dude, I chop that all day.
I actually don't like the flavor of habanero very much. And again, I'm not a chili aficionado, but I like motherfucking... Shit, I already forgot what it's called. I like fucking, apparently. Cayenne. The flavor of a cayenne pepper is where it's at for me. Very mild in comparison. But something about... I don't like the flavor of the habanero. I love the flavor of a jalapeno. Jalapeno hamburger? Ooh, man. Not that pickled jalapeno bullshit. Fresh cut jalapenos on a hamburger. Ooh, good lordy. Got that crunch, got that heat. It's so good. Drink it up with some ice milk. Obviously, I'm hungry.
Wessel Rustbrook says,
Haven't eaten yet
I'm
today.
a cute Indian boy, so spice is like the only thing
Oh
I
my
want.
god. My previous boss when I lived in Arizona like 20 years ago was Indian. And he takes me to his family's Indian restaurant. And he orders for all of us. And I guess it was a Thai restaurant. He's Indian, but the food was Thai food. And he ordered something called Thai hot. And there's something about fucking Thai food that is way hotter than everything on the fucking planet. See who orders this Thai hot food. I take one bite. I can't eat anymore. It's fucking ridiculous. It's not even real how hot this was. I'm fucking crying from one bite of this shit. And everybody at the table was Indian, and they were all just regular. They're just like, yeah, this is fine. While I'm like that kid, like, sitting with the fire all around them, pretending
Wessel
it's fine.
Rustbrook says, green chili, that why even I struggle.
I can handle some green chili. I guess I do okay. No, actually, I have absolutely no idea how well I do with heat. I'm significantly better than my wife. And I'm better than a lot of people I know. But I'm nowhere near Indian people. Nowhere near. And, like, wasabi is very hot for me. Maybe it's like an Asian thing. Something about the Asian spices really get me. It's a different kind of heat that just wrecks my shit. I'm talking about that fake wasabi. I have never had real
Liam
wasabi.
Levi says, sent the pic, my dude. Wessel Rustbrook says, Thai green chills are difficult for me as well. Liam Vivi says, sorry caps.
I don't see no
Psycho
pic.
Jellyfish said,
Oh, there it is. What the fuck? Dude, I think you're onto something. That looks good.
K.I.N.G. Sam said, it looks nice, G.
I'm gonna drag this over in case anyone's not in the chat. Yeah, this is awesome looking. It's like a grainy, almost dry salsa. I'm gonna have to try to find that.
Psycho Jellyfish said,
Oh, that's looking pretty good. The salsa I get is Red Devil, because it's a cayenne. It's not hot, but it is delicious. But it's too wet. It's definitely too wet to use with popcorn. That's almost like a dried out sriracha looking type stuff. Looks pretty fire. Might have to try it.
Just need a moment.
I really need a portal on death. Repathing into the Eldritch mods made it much harder. Oh, and for like chips and salsa, I really like this Hardez. I do right here.
Sang An says, does the Chaos Leech Mastery work with Poison DMG?
Chaos Leech Mastery. No, I don't think it'll work with poison damage. I don't think damage over time is considered a hit. It'll work with the chaos damage that causes the poison, but the poison won't give you any life. I'm not sure if it's censored or if it's just, oh, I don't have my auras on. Or if it's just busted. Yeah, it's fucked up. I think it's YouTube's chat. It's not. It might be the chat app that I use. But it's not even showing up in the YouTube chat. I've looked. I might need to look again. To see if I can uncensor it. I'm pretty sure. Never mind. I don't watch enough people to know anything. Too much of a boomer to keep up with all you cool cats. Are these worth anything? I'll keep them both just in case. I think you can corrupt these and get them pretty good corrupted. But chips and salsa and chips and salsa might be in like my top 5 best things to eat ever. Ever.
Wessel Rustbrook says, yes, so Thai chilies and green chilies in general have a different type of capsaicin content, so that may be why you find it that gut-wrenching.
Oh, it's gut-wrenching, literally. I will get the shits like crazy from Thai and Indian food. Like you would not believe. It's the only thing that does it to me. I can eat the entire menu of Taco Bell, and it will do nothing. But a little bit of Indian food and a little bit of Thai food, I just can't do it. I even ordered like a sweet dish that had pineapple and like a red hot and sour sauce. It was a pineapple chicken hot and sour dish. It was Indian. Wasn't even spicy, and it fucking did something. Oh God, no. Popcorn and ketchup or mayonnaise? Hell no, dude. Hell no. Yeah, that's some sick shit. That is some sick shit.
Wessel Rustbrook says, Southern Indian food I think you will like, but North Indian you will struggle.
I think they gotta be putting something in it. I don't know what's in the ingredients of Indian food, but they really gotta be putting something very specific in it that does not agree with my entire biological system. Well, as I said, I had that red sweet and sour or hot and spicy. I don't know what it is. It's like a red sauce with pineapple. It's kind of like the sauce you get with egg rolls.
Wessel Rustbrook says, trust me, it's green chilies because I'm the same.
Yeah, it might be green chilies, and it just wasn't. They just put a little bit of it in there, and it just wasn't very spicy. It destroys me. It's super weird too because I thought I hated curry, but curry is just so different. In Japan, you get this you got this Japanese curry dish. Is so fucking good, but the curry's sweet. It's not a spicy curry like in India. You put these carrots and potatoes in it. Oh my god, this shit is delicious. I had this in Japan. It's more like gravy than it is curry, and oh my, it blew my fucking socks right off.
Wessel Rustbrook says, I got used to it by literally forcing myself to eat it.
I can't. Never mind. You're right. Apparently, you can get used to eating almost anything. It just has to change your gut biome. My gut biome is just so different from whatever the standard Indian gut biome is, or Thai gut biome. It's a completely different shit, too. Okay, I'm on your friend's side with that. Flaming Hot Cheetos are incredible. They are good on everything. I want a bread chicken in Flaming Hot Cheetos. And I also like eggs. So I'm on your friend's team on this one. Yeah, eggs are good. Eggs are real good. Back when I was playing basketball, my breakfast every morning was 4 hard-boiled eggs and a Red Bull and some almonds. I've never done ketchup with eggs. No, I disagree. I have flaming hot limon flaming hot Cheetos in my kitchen right now, and eggs. And I think I'm gonna have to try it. Was it like hard-boiled eggs, right?
KING Sam said, okay, YouTube is acting weird, so I'm talking to from Discord, and but anyways, I love Japanese curry too.
Oh yeah, Japanese curry is so fucking good. The food in Japan is just out of this world. I don't want to fanboy and weeb out, but Japan was really cool. I don't really like traveling, but I loved almost every second I was in Japan. From Mexico. All right. In Mexico, I never know what Mexican food is, because I was born and raised in Arizona, and Arizona has its own style of Mexican food. Like the chimichanga is from Arizona, and let me try to find a picture. So glad I got someone from Mexico here. Yeah. I know, chimichanga was invented in Arizona, so it's an Arizona variation of Mexican food.
KING Sam said Japanese cuisine is my favorite even though I'm Indian.
Let me see if I can get a picture of this. It's not very popular, so I don't know exactly how to get an image of it. Alright, would you consider something like this? What the fuck? Just show me the picture. Something like this to be Mexican food? Or is this like Arizonan Mexican food? So what this is this is a... Well, I don't know what's inside, but I get it. Bean and cheese, and that's it. And this isn't enchilada sauce, but it's called enchilada style, and it's its own special burrito sauce. It's kind of sweet, and you just kind of mush this all together, and oh my fucking god, it is so good. But here in Seattle, when you order Mexican food, it's never this. It's either like Chipotle or it's ceviche. It's like ceviche shit. And I can't find this up where I live, and I miss it every single day. And I don't know how to make this burrito sauce. Only thing I can find is enchilada sauce, but it's not enchilada sauce. It's its own special burrito sauce. And it's absolutely stellar. Absolutely incredible. And it's good to hear that that's considered Mexican food.
Catch my breath.
Yeah.
KING Sam said love Mexican food as well because they like spices just like Indian cuisine.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of the spice as long as it's a compliment to the dish and it's not there to be the dish. I feel that that Indian hot dish that I had, the whole purpose was to just burn your mouth. Wasn't even food, it was a challenge.
That should make things interesting. Itching for me to lose another limb, are ya?
And I am hungry with all this talk. Oh, exotic coins. Fuck. Yes. Give me that.
Wessel Rustbrook says,
Divines.
LOL, true, I can understand the struggle.
Yeah, I should go eat, but I really like playing this game. And I can just wait a little bit and then eat just before bed. Because that's how I do. That sounds gross, but I am definitely curious, and I am going to Google that right now. It'll autocorrect it. Mo Poblano. Oh, what the fuck? What does that even taste like? It's probably pretty good, to be honest. I could see me fucking with that. Whatever it is. Unless it tastes like chocolate. I think they probably just use chocolate for texture. Yeah, alright. I'll keep my eye out for that if I ever go to a Mexican restaurant. Obviously, it's not going to have it here in Seattle.
Wessel Rustbrook says, that looks like turds, WTF.
I mean, some things that look like turds are the best things you could ever eat. Vienna sausages look like little pig cocks. I love me a Vienna
Wessel
sausage.
Rustbrook says, facts.
This way, exile. We need not the fruit, just the juice.
Blah. Yeah, the chocolate might be in there to like offset the spice. Kind of like bitters in alcoholic beverages.
Wessel Rustbrook says, usually the more brown and greasy in general taste the best.
Just like women, right? Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? I'm right. Brown and greasy. Taste the best.
Wessel Rustbrook says, hell yeah, brother.
Had that good out camping in Arizona. It was hot as fuck. We were in a tent in the heat. It's fine at night, but then you wake up and by like 9 a.m. it's already 100 degrees and your tent is all steamy and hot and foggy. Oh, fuck that shit. That's way too much. And then, you know, kind of want to do a little horizontal shuffle. And obviously you're not going to say no. But it's like 100 degrees, so it's all fucking hot. Icky.
Wessel Rustbrook says, Sweetie X honestly the best X.
Yeah, super sweaty. When you're done, you're like, where is 1 gallon of water? I need a full gallon, not a half gallon. An absolute full gallon. Oh yeah, look. Man, I'm really getting wrecked with my new setup. Those altars are dangerous. Where's the way it'll show, like, what altar mods I selected? I think I added something where they do some chaos damage. Oh, there's Taint. Mr. Taint with your monstrous taint.
Wessel Rustbrook says, I know when I was camping in the tent, brother, I swear people down the road could have heard it and we were going at it for hours.
Minutes for me, but yeah, people could definitely, well, we were in the middle of nowhere, so no one could have heard us, but yeah. Solid 4 minutes.
Wessel
Yeah.
Rustbrook says,
That's too much.
I think I lost like 10 pounds.
Oh yeah, dude. The amount of water that you drop, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I got, I think my body's very efficient with water. I don't need to drink much at all. Because in the desert, you kind of get acclimated to using your water properly. But when you actually do work in the desert with water, drinking a gallon a day is totally normal and feasible and acceptable. When I would chop cotton in the cotton fields, I would go through a gallon a day. Easy. I think I hate the Colosseum. Actually, I know I hate the Colosseum.
Wessel Rustbrook says, I nailed like 2 birds one night in that tent. It was the best day on my life.
I've never done a 2-for-1 special. As a 5'7" ginger who got married before he got money, I didn't have too many options. Never got to even smash a one-night stand. I always have to do the long route. Show that I'm extremely funny. 21 when I got married. Quite young. Basic currency, fusings. I'll not select those unless it's one of those divine altars. I got married at 21. Gave up my V card at 15, so I only had like, I guess, I had quite a few years of that single life.
Wessel Rustbrook says, I gave up my V at 18 bro, so you killin' it?
I assure you, at 15, I was not killing it. I was dipping the head in and then instantly finishing at 15. And they were all too tight.
Wessel Rustbrook says, it was good though, right?
No. No, it wasn't good, actually. Everything was too tight for the... because I was doing girls that were my age as well. It was all too tight for me. I'm not, like, huge, but I'm above average, so, like, trying to... I wanted a whore. I needed a whore. That's what I needed. I did not get a whore. I needed, like, a 40-year-old. That would have been the best. I like a little bit of room to play around in there. Yes. I don't want to word it that way, but yes, I did need an experienced mommy. That would have been ideal.
Wessel Rustbrook says, dude, tight is the best. It's like your toes curling and soul separating.
Oh, no. You're correct. I think most men will agree with you, but I disagree. I like to do this, like, circle move where I spin my hip in a circle, and the looser the better for that move. Or go side to side. Yeah. Too tight. It's kind of too much. I agree. It's kind of too much for me. And, man, the first beach I got was pretty awful, too. The chick just, like, sucked on it. She had no clue what to do, so she just sucked on it like a goddamn lollipop, and she basically hickeyed my entire schlonker. It was pretty traumatic. I was like, I thought I didn't like blowjobs for a long time. I was like, man, that was something else. Oh, damn. Alright, critical strike, multiplier. Nope, not doing that move speed and that attack speed. Fuck that noise. Do they hit with elemental damage? I can't remember. Oh, but he's got increased attack speed. I am not making that mistake again. Players, reduce block, reduce armor, more life, elemental weakness. Well... I've been told by a couple of my lady friends that shit hurts when it gets in the eye. I've never done it, but I've been told it is very painful. Oh, damn. I forgot that it's now Ubered. I should have just ran it without any extra sauce. Oh my god. Okay, Uber Exarch. Yeah, dude, he fucking wrecked me. Stop being such a dick. Oh my... What am I supposed to do with that? He doesn't even have increased attack speed.
Wessel Rustbrook says. LOL.
Just gotta play it very close and loose.
Wessel Rustbrook says. You do no damage WTF.
It is Uber. I can't determine whether I do no damage or whether this is what an Uber Exarch is. Obviously he does elemental damage with his attacks. Because if we take a look at my character, hopefully hit and see my defenses, he's hitting me with lightning. You do 70% less damage with Uber Exarch.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Dang, that looks tough.
This is my first time trying it. I should have ran it without making it rare. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's like full screen clear with that. Holy shit. Alright, you fucking dick. One more portal. I ain't gonna clear this. Ain't gonna get my ashes of the stars. That's a problem. Do I have another one?
Wessel Rustbrook says. Nah, dude, guy, I one-shotting you while you're tickling him.
Yeah, dude. Let's see. Where does that? I got a bunch of these guys. I'll fucking make myself better, feel better by slaughtering a bunch of these guys. Build up my confidence.
It is champion against
I hate this fight. Not as bad as something like Serious.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Me too.
You can have hunger all you want. I'm going in the fucking deep. Let's see. Looks like it's going this way.
Wessel Rustbrook says. But Cyrus is easy for me usually.
Yeah, he's pretty easy. I just get frustrated with this stupid fucking shenanigan bullshit with his portals. Well, nope, it's down this way. And this is pretty stupid, like trying to fucking see which direction this water's going. It's just anti-fun. Him going in here where I can't hit him is anti-fun. That's it. I feel better though. You know, I killed that guy. Sure, I didn't kill your big brother. He fucking wiped the floor with me. But I killed him. I mean, that's almost worth something. Dark Forest. Oh, now I gotta start all over again. Pretty sure I got the nodes that make it so it happens faster. 10% chance for double progress towards Eater of Worlds. 20% increased chance to find Eater of Worlds altar in your map. Might have to switch to traps. You know what? I'm gonna
Wessel
put
Rustbrook
a fucking
says,
trap on right now.
Maven is the worst because of the randomness.
Yeah, Maven's pretty bad. It has a cooldown? Traps have a cooldown? Obviously, one of my gyms doesn't work with it.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Wessel Rustbrook says, yeah man.
That definitely works good with Blade Vortex, but...
Wessel Rustbrook says, you use X-Sang for clear.
What you mean to say is you can use Exsanguinate for clear. And that the meta might use Exsanguinate for clear. But I'm obviously not doing a Trapper build. And technically, Ethereal Knives is exactly the same as Exsanguinate. With the minor difference of Exsanguinate doing damage over time. Sakura gems are supported by level 15 trap. Throwing speed. Here, I'll focus on the trap later. Wonder which one of these is not working. Is it Unleash? Oh yeah, you can't use Unleash. So let us do Blade Fall. I don't know what Blade Blast does. We'll just do Blade Fall.
Wessel Rustbrook says, yes, correct, that what I meant, but I didn't feel like typing that much.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Damn. Alteration. Alteration.
Wessel Rustbrook says, you could use Bladefall Trap for clear, which could be fun.
I definitely didn't like the trap. It having such a large cooldown, definitely a turn off. That's probably why you gotta be a Saboteur. It probably has something to reduce that cooldown.
Liam Vivi says, you don't use Seismic for clear, my dude. Wessel Rustbrook says, not all traps have cooldown.
Seismic had a cooldown. I don't understand this boss exactly. He really shouldn't be hitting me as much as he hits me. I have a fuck ton of evasion. I guess he's shooting a fuck ton of attacks. So you just use traps for bosses. That's not really my cup of tea.
Low on mana. Free from the hunger.
I think I'm supposed to use Blade Blast with this as well, but that's too many buttons to click. I'll have to get rid of Blade Vortex to give this an honest shot. Already have like 30 of these. Let's put Blade Blast on. Let's give that a shot.
Wessel Rustbrook says, no LOL, there is the support gem that can convert spells into traps which you can spam.
Convert spells into traps. You mean have traps cast spells? So I can have a trap cast Ethereal Knives or
Wessel
Exsanguinate?
Rustbrook says, there are also other traps that can be used as spam skills.
Are they physical traps? Like, that aren't attacks? Like a physical spell trap? I looked at the traps, I didn't see anything that was physical. Trap!
Wessel Rustbrook says, no, like the support trap, read it.
Cluster traps. Supported skills throw 2 additional traps. Supported skills throw traps randomly around target locations. Supported skills can have 5 additional traps placed at a time. Supported skills deal 61% less damage. That sounds shit.
Wessel Rustbrook says, no up.
Charge traps. Supported skills have 20% chance to gain power. No, don't give a shit about that. Advanced trap support. Supported skills have 50% increased cooldown recovery rate for throwing traps. Supported skills have 15% trap speed. That could be pretty good. That recovery was too slow. 50% probably isn't even going to make that much of a difference. Traps and mine damage support. Supported skills deal 30% more damage with traps in mine. Less trap. I don't want less throwing speed.
No up.
Supported skills throw 2 additional traps. Supported skills deal 58% less damage. Supported skills can have 3 additional traps placed at a time. That doesn't reduce the cooldown. Supported attacks. Supported attack skills. I don't use attack skills. Supported skills have 9% chance to throw 1 additional trap or mine. 6% 2 additional. 3% 3 additional. Supported skills throw traps randomly around target location.
Wessel Rustbrook says, no, that's TI. Wessel Rustbrook says, read it properly.
Support spells or attacks. Oh, spells or attacks. I just saw supported attack skills. Support spells or attacks. It can be used bows or wands. I don't have a bow or a wand. Instead of using that skill, you throw a trap that will use the skill for you when an enemy walks near it. Why would I do that instead of just casting my regular skill? Is it supposed to increase the damage because it's a trap?
Wessel Rustbrook says, it can be any spell, bro, you're good.
Oh, but I don't have the setup for that. I don't have 2
Wessel
greens.
Rustbrook says, yes.
Alright, well, I'll fuck with that later. Seems like I gotta do more work to learn what a fucking trap do. Whoa, I'm gonna keep that in my inventory. Where'd it go? It went right in the middle. Do I have one of these? Yes, I do. I'm gonna do Blade Fall, Blade Blast. don't think Unleash is the right, let me read Blade Blast. Deals spell damage in a target area when this spell deals damage if lingering
Wessel
blades
Rustbrook
or blade
says,
vortex blades.
especially if you're a SAB you'll probs do some nutty DMG.
Let's just, let's try it. Blade Blast, Blade Fall. Yeah, those were shit. I think I like the ghetto. In the ghetto. This one would definitely work better with faster cast speed instead of Unleash, it looks like. Because it's got a pretty slow at cast speed. It's getting the job done.
Got another one for you.
Yeah, that's fun. It's kind of poppy. I wonder how long these blades last. Can I just fill up the whole fucking place with blades? Oh, okay. Don't really know how I died there. I don't think I like Blade Fall. It's kind of got a delay to it. Probably fixed with more cast speed. I think I just got the trap boots. Trap boots! Obviously, this is not the optimal gym setup for this. But in terms of mechanics, I don't like it. Let's wait till we get to the boss to see how it feels on a single target that isn't moving anywhere. Seems like it could do a lot of damage with the Blade Blast because of the overlaps. If I had more AoE. But the blasts don't seem like they're doing a lot of damage. Might have to be like overlapping damage. This would be a perfect test on this essence here. That was a pretty good burst damage. And they're only level 17, so they can got 3 more levels up on each. I'm getting used to it. I kind of like it.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Does it have an AoE tag on Blade Fall? Critical... Oh, it has a critical tag? Interesting. Critical spell, AoE, physical duration. Ethereal knives rain from the sky, dealing damage to enemies in a sequence of volleys. Each wider but less damaging than the last. Enemies can be hit with multiple times where these overlap. Alright, seems like either increased area effect or concentrated effect is going to be better. Probably concentrated effect. It's going to tighten the group up, I imagine. Leaving lingering blades in the ground every 5 volleys. Leaves 50% fewer lingering grounds in the grounds if you don't cast this yourself. Increase your effect. That 100% increased strike chance is wasted. 6% less damage per volley. Yeah, I don't think this is ideal for my current setup because I already have 100% crit strike chance. And it seems like one of the big benefits of this is that increased strike chance. Obviously, everything is naturally strong with this setup just because I'm hitting with crits. I think I'm leaving a lot on the table with this. Doesn't feel like I'm being interesting or unique. Actually, I'm going to run one of those blue bosses and try it out with the blue boss. See what it does, because maybe this is like my bossing setup. Seem to do a little bit of bursts, but it feels about the same.
Just need a moment to
Harvest, this can be a good test for the skill as well.
This way, exile. Don't let him make a mess.
Yeah, not enough for hitting where I need him to hit. I think concentrated effect is the correct one to use. And obviously, Unleash does not work with Blade Blast. Alright, I believe I am done for the night. Need to eat something today. I'll check everyone later.